Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is the first day of June. How the hell is it June 1st already? June 1st, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORIONNWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. So we got Chiefs and Bills on NFL Network. We got the NHL playoffs with the Rangers and the Tampa Bay Lightning. I got Dodgers and Pirates on as well. And I also have the Mariners losing to the fucking Orioles also. So I'm excited to be able to grind it out again. Not a whole lot of headlines besides this one. Obviously, we knew that the Madden cover was going to be debuted today, and most people thought if it wasn't going to be a player, like a Jonathan Taylor, well-deserving of, the Madden cover honor, that it should be John Madden, since John Madden obviously passed away, and he is the mecca of the NFL. Obviously, circles on the announcing side with him and Pat Summerall, and there's going to be a few different Madden covers that they are going to be able to grace us with, and I think I have it here on Twitter. I'll be able to bring it up. Sarah in the building. What to do? I hope everyone is having a good day. Let me pull my Twitter account here, and then I will pull over some of the other options that they have for the cover. I know I have it on here, I'm pretty sure, or maybe I had it on my Facebook or the Instagram. But it looks like I have the main one there. That's the one that most people are talking about. But there's a few other options also. How are you doing? Like I said, it's it's 7:06 p.m., 7:07. Normally I'll go around 7:30, but I mean, if I'm already set up and I'm ready to go, I'm going to, start a little bit early. Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. I know when you ended up going to sleep, sometimes it takes a little time to be able to get those numbers up. And, we were streaming for about, I don't know, maybe about 3.5 hours. And I think we were under 50. But then we ended up finishing the night off with the GOATs coming in. And I did 6 hours and 30 minutes last night, which is a long stream. And then the last 3 hours, we ended up hitting, I think, 330, something of that nature. So obviously, you never know when the GOATs are going to show up. Sometimes they're busy. Sometimes they have other obligations. But it just felt good to get back in the grind with everything. And we'll have some people trickling in here in obviously the next few minutes. And I got the Stanley Cup playoffs on. I got Chiefs and Bills on. I got the Pirates and the Dodgers on. And I also have the Orioles and the Mariners on. Yeah, I was just about to ask you about that. How is that going with everything? Like, do you enjoy the job? Everything is good. I talked to Elliot today. He's already back, from his trip going to the Cardinals game, your favorite team, Sarah. And obviously, I believe that they won both games against the Padres. Congratulations. That's obviously a big, big win. No foul ball for Mick Ismoot or for Elliot, but it sounded like they had a great, guys' night, a guys' trip. About 4 or 5 of the homies there all together. So that's awesome. And then other than that, I talked to Shep today. Sounds like he's just been working a lot. I obviously talked to Chief Will Chief as well. So we'll see if we can get a few of the GOATs in the room, but everyone's been kind of busy. And, hey, I'm glad to hear that the job is going well. Like I said, so this is your second day. And how are the rest of the employees, the training, everything is cool. And obviously, working from home and then going into an office is kind of a big change, especially then if you were on unemployment and you're just trying to get settled in and get used to, just getting back into the routine. And I know that, sometimes you're going to have to leave a little bit early because you need to be able to get that sleep. And then we'll usually have someone like Elliot or Jameson, step in, and then they'll handle the donos. I handled it for a little bit until Jameson showed up, and then he eventually took over. So, but I hope everyone is doing good, and it sounds like things are going well. Awesome. All right, so I'm trying to think. I should probably have the Rangers and the Lightning on. So let me go to that. There's all kinds of college football. I was watching late last night. They had Bama and Georgia from the SEC championship game, which was awesome. Anytime I can watch a Natty or an SEC championship game when it's late and there's maybe not a whole lot on, I mean, that's ideal. You want to watch something that's going to be entertaining. Rangers 5, Tampa Bay Lightning 2. I figure that the Rangers were going to be very, very hot at home. I still think that there's a good chance for it to be Colorado and the Tampa Bay Lightning. Obviously, in the Colorado series, I assume that one will probably go, 5 or 6 games. This one, I think maybe could go 7. Something just gives me this feeling that it's going to go back and forth, back and forth. So this one might go 7, but I think the other series with Colorado, maybe 5 or 6. I don't really see Edmonton winning too many games, but we'll have to wait and see. All right, so 5-2, pretty surprising. I mean, the Rangers are a good team. They obviously, have the home ice, obviously, here, and Tampa obviously is on the road in the first game. So obviously they're going to give the, home ice advantage to the Rangers and the Colorado. And then yesterday's, matchup was like a fucking baseball score. It was like 8-6. It was wild. Caitlin's in the building. What to do? 2 days in a row. It's a record. Great. And like I said, I normally start a little bit later, maybe around 7:30. But I've walked my dog already twice today. I got a little bit of a nap in. I started doing a lot of research and a lot of reading and film study. Obviously went over, John Madden getting the cover, deservedly so. He passed away, and it's only a matter of time and before they had Madden back on the cover since, I think, 2000. And it's kind of an honor that, EA Sports watches this channel and decided to steal sack lunch from me and a lot of the catchphrases that I come up with and put it in the video game a couple years ago. So shout out to EA Sports. Shout out to Madden. Hey, I'm still waiting on my check. I'm still waiting on my cut, for you using some of the catchphrases here on the YouTube channel. But maybe one day I'll get some kind of credit from EA Sports. It's in the game. Rangers 5, Tampa Bay Lightning 2. Sarah's in the building. Caitlin's in the building. Like I said, we started off a little bit slow. Obviously with people coming in the room and with donos, sometimes we just fire it off and we'll be at $500 in the first, maybe 2 hours. And then other times, it'll be a little light on maybe the people that are in the room. And then the donos might be a little light. And we were sitting at maybe less than $50 after like 3 hours. But then I ended up going 6 hours and 30 minutes last night, and we almost hit $350 when we finished. So it shows you sometimes you just got to be patient. The goats are going to end up showing up and showing love. A lot of times these people are very busy or they got other obligations. But like I said, it's always going to be a grind. I'm always going to have fun kicking it with you guys. Tomorrow we're going to end up getting the Warriors and the Celtics. And on the index rating, they say that the Celtics are the favored team. I know they have beaten up the Warriors, I think like 7 out of the last 8, but I still think that this man right here has a great shot besides Klay Thompson to be MVP. There are going to be big X factors just like Draymond Green, and I think it would be awesome if Tatum and Boston end up, winning it all. But I just think that they're a couple pieces away from getting there. And maybe if they get DeAndre Ayton from the Suns, maybe that could be the missing link, the missing piece. But I think at this point, with the Warriors and obviously Steph Curry, this is going to be the team, obviously, to beat. My dog is going crazy in the background. Let's say 5-2. Rangers are up. And let me close the door here real quick. One sec. All right. Your boy's here. All right, so we got Rangers 5, Tampa Bay Lightning 2. I got the Dodgers on with the Pirates. It looks like they might fucking lose again. I'm sick and tired of seeing my dad's favorite baseball team struggle here. And Mariners can't even beat the fucking Orioles. This is sad. When your team sucks, when you end up playing like one of the bottom feeders just like yourself, and you can't even compete. You can't even stay close. It's like we're pretty good at home, but we absolutely just suck ass on the road, and it shows. Right now it's 9-2, and they just finished. It's a final. Oh, geez, Louise. I mean, at least I have this to look forward to. At least I got one player that I can kind of get excited about. Let me see what other matchups. We got the Cubs and the Brewers. I know, obviously, my boy Elliot was at the Cardinals game versus the Padres. He's already back. Caitlin, I know, obviously represents the Brewers. Maybe I'll take a peek into that game. Yankees are on. Against the Angels. That's intriguing a little bit. But let's go to the Brewers. I don't know what the score is because I'm not looking at the ticker on like ESPN. But let's take a peek on what the Cubs and Brewers are doing. and we'll go from there. Tampa Bay, come on, baby. Down by 3. Let's go. Sarah's in the building. I'm learning a lot about teeth. Nice. I'm glad that things are getting a little bit better for you. And it sounds like the new job is great. And obviously when you start something new, it's always kind of an exciting time. Nice. Well, that's good to hear. Obviously, we got sports on. We're going to have NBA on tomorrow. Pirates 3, Dodgers 2. Come on. All right, what we got here with the Brewers and the Cubs? What we got here? Ooh, it's 3-3. Ooh, baby. Okay. Sarah with the dono. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. $1. And hey, people think that $1 doesn't count. Hey, everything counts. Bang, bang. $1 by my girl, Sarah Small, the #1 mod for the channel, always holding things down for me. And it's like, you got to have a team. You know what I mean? I remember I started this channel off and, I used to have a partner that I would do it with. He quit on me. And then, I pretty much had to do everything, learn how to use the green screen, learn how to edit, learn how to pretty much do every single thing as far as the YouTube side. You got to be able to have people a part of your team, a part of your channel to be able to grow and succeed. And I'm really blessed and thankful that I got people like Sarah. I got people like Elliot, Jameson Meza, Holly Hundo, Cyberpunk 53, a lot of the Chiefs Kingdom, Odin's son, Shepard, Mr. Williams. I mean, I got a lot of people that represent the channel very well. I appreciate you guys very, very much. $1 hara for your boy. Let's get to a hundo. Let's get it, baby. Let's go. All right, I got the game on. So I got Brewers 3, Cubs 3. You're watching it, me too. I'm watching it right now with you. I got Rangers 5, Tampa Bay 2, and then I got the Dodgers 2, Pittsburgh Pirates 3. Very sad news with Marion Barber III passing away. Obviously, there's a lot of other crazy news. We obviously know about the Madden cover, so congratulations for John Madden in heaven. Obviously, gracing himself with his own video game. Love Madden. Obviously, it's not really been the same in the last few years, but, maybe they'll make it a little bit better moving forward. Obviously, a lot of us are looking forward to the college football game, NCAA, because it's not been available for quite a few years due to a lawsuit with the O'Bannon brothers, just for paying for the likeness of the players. And those guys from UCLA kind of fucked it up for everybody because pretty much every video game that, they wanted to put out for college football or college hoops got taken off the market based off licensing and all that other bullshit. But it sounds like we are going to get an NCAA game sooner than later. But let me get a Marion Barber photo. And then, and I obviously saw that. Yeah, that's a sad. And I don't know how it happened, if it was drug overdose or something of that nature. And then obviously Gladney and his girlfriend died as well. And then, not to be a sourpuss or to bring the mood down, but I was obviously on my feed, right? And what do I see? Another fucking shooting. Like, okay, we had the one at the school at Texas, right? And then they got these copycat people that want to be able to be cool in the media. It's like, dude, it's not cool threatening to kill people and get arrested, right? So you have these other kids get arrested, like in Florida and other states. Then there's a shooting, I think, in a hospital, right? And then there was another one in like California. And then another one, I think somewhere else. I was just reading it on my timeline, but there was literally like 3 shootings at the same time. Very sad. And I don't like to bring, obviously like that type of news, to the forefront, but I do read a lot. Reading is my favorite thing to do besides, studying film and watching film. It's just like, man, it's like one thing to another, and it's inevitable. You're going to have these things happen, in the United States or globally, but just kind of sickening after, we already had that issue in Texas. And then now we have 3 separate incidents just today alone. Thank God for sports. Thank God for you guys. But let's find a Marion Barber photo and a Gladney photo just to show some respect and love to them. Odin's son with a $5 dono. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Let's go, baby. Bang, bang, bang. $5, my boy. Appreciate you, brother. Let's go. Chiefs Kingdom in the building. Odin's son kissing the trophy for your boy. $5 donation. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, my brother. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. This one was a new one from last night after you left. I'm going to definitely keep it on here. Damn, Rangers again. They are balling. Shit. All right, we got 3-3. We got Brewers and Cubs. And then, come on, Dodgers. Bottom of the 6th. You're down by 1. Let's go. I did not get a chance to see everything on AEW. I got a little bit of the first match with CM Punk and obviously FTR, going against those guys there, but the Ass Boys, and obviously your boy, the rapper with the clapper. But it's going to be a replay for me here in about 40 minutes, so I'll be able to watch all of it. But I didn't get a chance to really watch everything, just a little bit of that first match. But I know MJF is a little frustrated with the contract, and he wants to definitely get paid more. And there's a lot of rumors of him possibly leaving and just going for the money, with the WWE. But I hope he stays. But I mean, I don't know. We'll have to kind of wait and see. Did you watch all of AEW, Odin Son, or no? Right. There's the thing in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I think that's the hospital one. Then there's something else in Pennsylvania, and then something else in like LA. Just freaking sad, man. All right, let's get a Marion Barber. And I used to watch Marion Barber the third at Minnesota. I remember watching him, back in the day in college. It's just sad. And obviously most people remember him, being on the Cowboys primarily rather than maybe the Bears. But let's see if I got a good photo. We can showcase our guy here. Rest in peace, Marion Barber the third. Six to 2 Rangers. Wow. All right, Brewers, I see you. You got a guy on first. I see you. All right, found it. It's a nice one of him. Handsome fella. Rest in peace, Marion. Like I said, way too soon. I know his birthday was coming up in like 9 days. So he was just short of his like 38th or 39th birthday. Rest in peace, brother. I don't know what happened there. Sometimes these guys that'll go through CTE, sometimes they, will have like, pills or drug use or OD or depression or suicide. So I don't really know. Nothing really has come out yet. But shout out to, Marion Barber and everything that he did for Minnesota Golden Gopher football, the Dallas Cowboys, and the Chicago Bears. And then let's get Gladney on here as well. I always like to be able to showcase, even when the bad situations. I mean, it's better than, talking about all the bullshit that's going on across the world right now. Ooh, this is a nice one. Cardinals quarterback Jeff Gladney dies in a car accident, age 25. But I have an early photo of him here with the Vikings. Let's throw this one up. This is a very sharp, nice-looking photo. All right, let's do this one as well. Rest in peace, man. It just sucks. Yeah, and obviously, I think he was speeding. They were at a club, him and his girlfriend, I read, and I think they got clipped from behind, and then they ended up going into like a pole or a wall or something, and I think both were dead at the scene when the cops showed up. So very sad. Let me see here. Getty Jeff. There we go. Jeff Gladney, corner. And just got drafted in the league. That's a nice, sharp photo. Just sucks, man. Anytime that you end up having some of these guys that, pass away way too soon. Current player on the Cardinals. Him and his girlfriend passed away. And then we obviously learned about Marion Barber, the third, passing away today. Sad, sad, sad. Rest in peace, fellas. Rest in peace. Let's see here. Yeah, very sad. Very, very. Odin Son, my boy. Chiefs Kingdom in the building. What to do? You didn't watch it? Okay. Like the Pipebomb thing? Oh, are you talking about like that type of promo that he did for WWE? I know he was on AEW in the first match or whatever, but are you talking about MJF doing something like that? Oh, okay. Yeah, AEW, I think it's TBS. TBS for Dynamite, and then TNT for Rampage. He said, I don't even have USA. Oh, for even WWE? Nice. All right, time for some beer, man. Let's get it. Rangers 6, Tampa Bay 2. NWSF Chain Gang in the building. I went to the store this morning and I forgot how good bagels are in the morning. You know what I mean? When you get a toasted bagel and you got that Philadelphia, cream cheese, and they have like the chive and onion or the regular, and they have all the different flavors at like your local Safeway or Winco or wherever you do your shopping. My God. I mean, it's like, you can eat cereal, you can have breakfast sandwiches, but a bagel really hits different in the morning. Man, I haven't had any probably in about a month or so, and then ended up buying some and hit the spot. Went on a couple walks, a really, really long walk earlier in the morning, and then another one with Paisley. So definitely got my exercise today. Got to spend some time with her, which is always fantastic for me. Shout out to the best puppy on planet Earth, Paisley, the love of my life. I mean, I don't have any kids of my own. I'm 40, even though I don't look like it. But this is my daughter, and I only have two daughters. I got the YouTube channel, and I got obviously this baby right here. My puppy Paisley. Love her. Crowd is lit. And then obviously we had the golf, tournament thing. I didn't watch it, but I saw a couple clips of, Brady and Josh Allen, kind of rousing each other back and forth, and Brady riding on the golf cart. I mean, as much as I love those guys on the NFL side, Brady, Rodgers, Josh Allen, and obviously Patrick Mahomes, you'd have to, I don't know, pay me to watch that. I mean, I get it. It's like for like charity probably, and it's like a celebrity thing, but I don't have enough interest in golf or those guys playing golf to watch it. I mean, I'd rather watch baseball. I'd rather watch Dodgers or watch this NHL. And it's crazy, man. Like I never thought that I would get into NHL. And I know that, for years you're like, oh, Ryan, oh, dog, like, I'm going to get you to watch NHL sooner than later. And then finally, when I decided to do this full time in January, I was like, all right, man, well, I'll be able to do NASCAR now. I'll be able to do a little NHL, do a little bit of NBA. Normally it's like wrestling and football, NFL, college football, and AEW primarily. But now I'm trying to expand the horizons a little bit. And you know what? I fucking love it. Like I said, obviously it's a little bit more intense when it's, the playoffs rather than the regular season. Same thing goes for the NBA side, but I really enjoy it. And I think these NHL playoffs have been better than the NBA playoffs. A lot of the NBA games have been blowouts. This one right now seems like it's pretty much over at 6-2. But I mean, I said that yesterday with Colorado and Edmonton kept fighting back. So, I mean, you never know. You know what I mean? You never know what's going to happen with these athletes out there. But I do truly, truly enjoy it, man. I'm excited to see if we end up getting, the Rangers and the Avalanche, or if it'll be the Lightning and the Avalanche. No disrespect to Edmonton, but I just don't think you're going to beat Colorado, but we'll have to wait and see. You popped it in the Discord. Oh, let me check. Ooh, is this at your house, or is this at a house that you're working at? So I don't know, Caitlin, if you have Discord, or if you want to end up, going to our Discord, if you want to drop the link for her. But we got a lot of the fans on here, and we do NWSF family. And then we also have, separate ones, for like wrestling and whatnot. But it's just a place where when we're online, and if you want to post pictures of like jerseys, sports cards, new hat, t-shirt, just any kind of merch or collectibles or anything cool. Like if you go to a concert or a game, you can post your pictures in there. Wow, look at this. That's a job site. Wow, that's cool, dude. And I know you do a lot of remodeling. My boy Jake that he lived here and then went to Arizona. He does a lot of things like that, where he does a lot of remodeling and granite countertops and all kinds of like customization and whatnot. That's awesome. They are though, right? I mean, seriously, like I normally will do the breakfast sandwich thing, or, I'll look around to see what I'm feeling, but I really forgot how great they are in the morning. You wake up, and then obviously depending on how you feel, like if you go to like McDonald's and you get a hash brown and sausage and egg McMuffin and a large OJ, sometimes that'll really hit the spot as well. Especially with the hash browns at McDonald's, like when you get those and they're fresh and hot compared to a lot of the other places, Carl's Jr. and these other places that offer similar stuff like Tots or whatever. It's not the same. I think with the sausage egg McMuffin and obviously the hash browns hit really different in the morning with the OJ, large OJ. You got to get that. But the bagels, man, and I really like the chive and onion bagels and then the chive and onion spread. So I double up on the chive and the onion. I don't know what it is about that flavor, but the regular one is good, and I'll use that one after I run out of the chive and onion. But God, that chive and onion one is just something else. But I do like sour cream and onion chips and that type of thing. So maybe that has something to do with it. But man, so good. So good. Brewers, and yeah, well, it's a divisional opponent, right? So we already know the Brewers and the Cardinals are the best, obviously in your guys' division. But even if the Cardinals, the Cubs are kind of on the lower end of the teams in the division, it's still a rival in the division, and anything can happen. If pitching ends up being a little bit better than expected, I mean, that's how the fucking Dodgers ended up losing to the Pirates, and it's like it looks like the bats haven't really come to play. You're at home. For crying out loud, there's no reason to be losing to the Pittsburgh Pirates, but at least it's not as bad as, you guys losing to the Orioles like I did. You know what I mean? It's like, I know they got, some prospects that are coming up, Rauschman and the catcher and a few of these other guys, but come on, let's be honest. Mariners are not good, but they should be good enough to at least beat the Orioles. But when you're a shitty team, sometimes, on the road, it's very, very tough. So we'll see. I still think the Brewers will win this game, though. They're on the road, and obviously when you're on the road, it's harder to win, too. As you know, baseball, basketball, football, hockey. If you're on the road, it's not easy. Fans are booing you. You're not in your home stadium. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. But I am impressed with Milwaukee this year, and them and the Cardinals are balling out in your guys' division. That's facts. Yeah, join the Discord. It would be awesome. So here's Odin's son, drop the link, and then you can just go in there, and we have like the NWSF family one, and then obviously we have a separate one for NWSF wrestling stuff. Not everyone's into wrestling, but if you are, you can always drop different things there, old school posters, T-shirts, figures, whatever. But most people post into the NWSF. On here. I see you, Caitlin, there online. You can put a little photo there on your profile if you'd like, just like you did on your YouTube here. And yeah, it's awesome. And like I said, we get a lot of people that will talk on that even when I'm not online. Like even when I'm not streaming, we'll if your computer is on, and you can kind of, gain some friendships in the community, which is kind of cool. Just like with the Grossi Posse, a lot of us here are not only fans, friends, but family. And it's just always cool to be able to share things, whether it's T-shirts, hats, maybe some new kicks, some new shoes, anything sport related or not even sport related. If you go to, like a concert or anything like that, it's very cool to be able to, share that type of stuff with the fan base. So yes, the only part about the sausage egg McMuffin is I don't really like the egg because it's like the fake egg. And I think it makes me want to go to the bathroom. It's like when you eat Taco Bell, it's like it tastes good going in, but then like an hour later, your stomach is like grumbling. You're like, oh man, it tasted good going in, but you might have a problem, in the bathroom a little bit later. But those fake eggs that they use at restaurants or like at McDonald's, I don't like those. For whatever reason, like certain places like omelets, they make my stomach upset. I don't know if it is for like you guys the same thing, but I usually just tell them, give me the sausage McMuffin with the hash brown, get an extra hash brown. It's like, you keep the egg. I mean, I'm not going to eat it anyways. So sausage, bacon, egg, and cheese on a blueberry. I do like blueberry bagels too, but I think the chive and onion bagels, those are my favorite. Elliot, my boy, in the building. What it do, dude? How was the Cardinals experience? I know you aren't a Cardinals fan, and you was more of a guys trip. And Mick is moot, and you guys posted. You guys had seats in the outfield. You guys went to 2 games in 2 days. Sounds like you guys didn't party too hard, and you got some sleep. Obviously, the Cardinals won both games. You guys did not get a home run ball. It's definitely hard to get a ball when you go to the stadium. Like, I make it look easy when I go, you know what I mean? Just because I know where to get tickets. I know where to sit. I kind of am in honey badger mode, where it's like I know that if the baseball gets close to me, watch out. I'm getting it. You know what I mean? But in the outfield, you just have to kind of pray that it gets close to you. And I did see Mick found you guys in the outfield when Arenado ended up hitting that home run. but I hope you guys had a great time. And sometimes it's just like a guy's night or like the boys, hanging together. And the baseball game was just a bonus, a cherry on top, just like an activity to do, but just hanging out with the friends. It's definitely fun. And now, since you've already been to a baseball game, now I think you probably have the bug. Like, you might not give a shit about the Cardinals or the Padres, right? And you're a Cubs fan anyway, so maybe when the Cubs come to town, and obviously you can root for them since you're a Cubs fan, then you can go there. But I'm telling you, if you end up going to a game, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to buy seats on first base, and you want to be on first base about 15 rows back. And if you get into that spot, there is a good chance for you to get a foul ball, and let alone after the inning ends, they throw the ball up, in that general area. Like I said, when I went to the game with the Royals and the Mariners, I had 5 chances. You know what I mean? The game before I had none, but the second game, there was 4 opportunities after the inning ended where they threw the ball in the crowd. I had one go off my finger in the 3rd inning, but it went over my head, right? Like 5 rows behind me after I jumped up and it hit my finger, but I ended up getting a foul ball in the 9th inning. And the other 4 were just like end of inning balls that got thrown into the crowd. So I ended up getting the Julio foul ball, the most, coveted one. And so that's what I would recommend. If you're really trying to get a souvenir, you're going to want to be off first base. Another good seat is third base because you have a good eye of the pitcher, and there's just good foul balls, coming off, the right-handed batters, left-handed batters. But I think first base, about 10 to 15 rows back, that's perfect. And you have a great chance to be able to get a souvenir. And that's what I do. And that's where I've gotten both of my foul balls, off first base. Same thing when I got 2 foul balls for the Portland Beavers, the AAA affiliate that no longer exists here in Oregon. They were off first base. So, you just got to have to know where to go. And usually the tickets won't be that much more. Obviously, outfield tickets will be cheaper, but getting a good seat with the boys on first base, it'll be fun. Trust me. Like, if I ever get you to come out here to Oregon or whatever, and we mob up to Seattle and I take you to a game, you'll have a different kind of experience if you go to a game with me. That's big facts. But I'm glad that you ended up having, a good time. Odin's son, the guy's a huge Yankees fan. Well, he's got that whole bar set up there. That's awesome, though. Sunburnt to hell. Said it's the second time in my life I've ever been burnt. Well, obviously you were out in the sun, all for, 3-4 hours one night, and then another 3 or 4 hours today. No sunscreen for you guys, just a bunch of sodas and food and whatnot. And that'll happen, man. That'll happen, especially if you're in the outfield. That's why it's also good to go first base, because you'll be undercover. So if it's raining or if it ends up, being sunny, you're not directly just getting blasted with all that heat. What up, dog, my dude? MJF is a god. Walk off Whitey. Another Brewers fan, just like Caitlin in the building. What to do? Brewers fan, just like you. Walk off Whitey. Packers fan, just like you. Walk off Whitey. And Bucks fan, just like you. So we're getting a lot of the Green Bay Packers, Milwaukee Bucks, and Milwaukee Brewers. I'm watching the game right now. It's 3-3. Dodgers are on right now, 3-2, losing to the Pirates. And then I got this NHL game on. So did MJF do the whole did he do the whole pipe bomb CM Punk promo thing? I know that he's been upset with like money and contract stuff, and he might end up being, it might be for storyline, but it wouldn't surprise me if MJF leaves, but I hope he doesn't. He's such a great talker, and I don't even know if they would use him properly in WWE. So Amber in the building, you joined the Discord. Awesome. And like I said, if you want to post Saints t-shirts, concert stuff, Saints stuff, just whatever you want to post, just a selfie. People like to just be able to post on there, and it's just another way to get the fans and myself to get to know each other a little bit more, since we can't post pictures, obviously, here on the chat. So awesome. Amber joined. Caitlin joined. It's a good day. Appreciate you guys. I missed you too, man. Like I said, I went through a little depression and anxiety last week. I missed about 4 or 5 days, and I did not feel like myself, but I feel really, really good. All right, NWSF Chain Gang in the building. Sports are on. All right, we're going to get fucking the Celtics and the Warriors tomorrow. Life is good, man, and I really do enjoy spending time with you guys. I streamed last night for 6 hours and 30 minutes. So not a lot of people have that dedication, but, time flies when I'm hanging out with the goats. And obviously when Holly Hundo's in the building, me and her can just talk on and on about literally important things or literally talk about nothing, and time just flies. And shout out to Holly Hundo and Cyberpunk 53. laying the donos down. I think we were sitting at less than 50 after like 3 hours and 30 minutes. And then the last 3 hours, I think we hit like 300 something, and we finished almost at 350. So shout out to the GOATs. You know, you guys are the best. I love you, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. We missed you too, man. Very much. Let's see here. Always trying to be able to bring you guys together. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And we're talking about a hardcore fan, Caitlin. I mean, we're talking about Milwaukee Bucks, you know, Giannis to the death, Rodgers, Packers to the death, and Brewers to the very, very end. So I think you guys will have a lot in common because you guys literally like all the same things, and you guys literally root for all the same teams. Awesome. She said, same. Let's go. I need to get more Buccaneer fans on the channel. It's just crazy how I have more Panthers, Saints, and Falcon fans than even Buccaneer fans. Like, where are the Buccaneer fans? Like, I am one of the biggest YouTubers that does represent Tampa Bay. It's like, I just don't know where they're at. I mean, I know there's other Buccaneer smaller channels, but it's like, I need to be able to tap in to the Buccaneer fan base and get more Oregon Duck fans, obviously on here as well. Cause obviously the Ducks and the Buccaneers are my two favorite besides, AEW, obviously for wrestling. The guys in the outfield always throw the ball into the crowd. There was one ball thrown very close to us in the first game. How many rows back were you guys? Like 20 rows back? 15 rows back? It's 3-3. She said, can the Brewers score, please? Second game, we were one row above the bullpen. It was really cool watching Yu Darvish practice. That's awesome. And that's one cool thing where you're in the outfield, you get that little practice area where you can see the pitchers kind of warm up and everything. And obviously, if you don't sit in the outfield, you're not going to be able to get that experience. So that's awesome. Get paid with Kyle in the building. What to do? So personally, I think it was much better than the Punk. So was it like a scripted thing, or was it like off script? Because obviously they didn't turn his mic off. And obviously it could be part for storyline, but I know that he is frustrated. He wants more money, but I hope it's not just about money. But a lot of wrestlers, they want to be able to get paid fairly. And MJF is a star. I think he's the best on the mic in wrestling right now. He's very good in the ring. I think the WWE would bury him. He would just be, mid-card guy. I don't think they would use him properly, but what do I know? Is it illegal to support the White Sox and Cubs? Because I like both of them. Kind of. I mean, one's like American League and one's National League. So, I mean, I guess you could have Cubs for National, White Sox for American. But, that's almost like rooting for the Lakers and the Clippers, or rooting for the Yankees and the Mets. It's almost a no-no. You know what I mean? But you're not really into baseball anyways. So, I mean, if you're just kind of like a fair weather fan and you're just casually, watching the teams, you can kind of do that, I guess. But once you decide to be hardcore, you can't do both. You got to choose one or the other. You got to either go Cubs or you got to go White Sox. You know what I mean? Or you got to go Yankees or you got to go Mets. You just can't do both. You know what I mean? You don't want to be labeled a bandwagon or just, you know what I'm saying? But if you're just like kind of a fair weather and you don't really give a shit, you just want to see both teams do well, then that's one thing. But once you start, being a little bit more hardcore, you got to choose one. Brady and Rodgers won. No, I figured they would because they're older and they play golf. And I doubt that Mahomes and Josh Allen play a lot of golf. So I figured they would too. And I know Brady plays and I know Rodgers plays. So yes, it was the FPI. It's like the power index, which is stupid. So obviously we know the Celtics do have a chance. And I think they've beaten the Warriors like 7 out of the last 8. But a lot of those matchups, previously in the last few years also, they didn't have Clay. And Clay obviously can be a guy that can win MVP, or it could end up being Steph Curry. This is going to be a big factor as well. A big fight going on right now in the hockey matchup. 6-2. 3-2 Pirates. And then we got the Brewers and Cubs still on. And I had a Clay photo in here. Now they're fighting again. Woo! They are going after each other. They're like, fuck you guys. I don't like you. Tampa Bay definitely is frustrated. God, they're still going after it. I don't think I've seen a fight last this long for a while. The referee is on the ground wrestling with them. Awesome. Fuck yeah. They're still on the ground punching each other and wrestling each other. But yeah, Clay's going to be a big factor. Obviously, you can hold Steph down a little bit, but I mean, I'm excited to see. It'd be a good series, but I definitely think Warriors in 6, and we'll see if my ESP is correct again. John Madden obviously graces his own video game cover, deservingly so. John Madden, one of my heroes, one of my favorites, with him and Pat Summerall. They were my favorite announcing duo back in the day before we had Jim Nance and Tony Romo or Gus Johnson. Very sad news. Marion Barber III passed away today. Obviously, they found his body, passed away, and I believe it was in California in an apartment or a hotel room, something of that nature. And then obviously we know Jeff Gladney, who is drafted by the Vikings, Cardinals cornerback. Him and his girlfriend died a couple days ago as well. Sad news. But rest in peace to Jeff Gladney, Marion Barber, and rest in peace to my boy John Madden. Love you, and I appreciate you. They had this really cool thing on Twitter where they ended up showing 7 minutes of John Madden calling Barry Sanders, Roger Craig, and just showing Desmond Howard, and just showing some really cool old school clips of Madden and Summerall being Madden and Summerall, and it was awesome. There's just nobody that breaks down the game that has such a NFL voice as our boy John Madden, and I used to always love the Packers Buccaneer matchups when it was Favre, right? Going against Warren Sapp. Those are memories that I'll always have on Fox. And it's great. And it also got me to remember, how influential Desmond Howard and Reggie White were to that Packer team. Without those two guys, there's no Super Bowl for you guys. You really needed Desmond Howard and Reggie White, and then obviously Charles Woodson in the later Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. But it's like you don't really hear people talking about Charles Woodson being the X factor. Rodgers had a good playoff run, and he was definitely on fire. But without Charles Woodson, I don't think there's a Super Bowl there. And then on the flip side, obviously Desmond Howard returning kicks was a very influential, just like Reggie White. And it was just cool to see some of that footage. But yeah, I mean, it's just for ratings. I watched Skip and Shannon this morning. I watched a little The Herd with Colin and Joy. I watched Pat McAfee show this morning as well. I cannot watch Good Morning Football, I think, maybe ever again. It is just trash. Trash. They did turn his mic off and faded to black. Now, when was this in the show? Was this like in the middle of the show, at the end of the show? Did it look like planned? Did it look rehearsed? Go Dodgers, go! Fuck! Thrown out at home, motherfucker! Damn it! Son of a bitch! Fuck! All right, we got Brewers and Cubs bottom of the 9th, and then the Pirates threw out the fucking Dodgers at home. Are you kidding me? Slide, fucker. God. And he blocked the plate perfectly. Great job by that catcher for the Pirates. And now it's 6-2 Rangers, and this one's almost over. They shut him off. I mean, what did it seem like to you? Did it seem like for real? Like the Pipebomb thing with CM Punk talking about, Vince and all the bullshit that's going on with the politics? Did it seem like that? Or was it just like, a work? Rockies and Marlins 11-11. Ooh. Well, shit. Hold on here. Is there any baseball on? Right, hold on. I'm trying to go through my channels so that I can. Oh, they got Mussina, MLB. Ooh, I need to check that out. They have the Chiefs and the Bills on NFL Network too, so it's always cool to be able to watch a little bit. Oh, Little Giants, great movie. I mean, I watched Sandlot. It was really late, and I took some gummies, and we were drinking the Modelo's and whatever, and then ended up watching a little bit of the Sandlot, and that always gives me good vibes. I mean, with everything that's going on in the world, all the bullshit, the shootings, the racism, the bullshit behavior, just the asshole people. It's just, sometimes you just need to be able to laugh and, kind of rekindle those, good memories when you were a kid. And yeah, great movie, man. Woodson, Clay Matthews. Yeah. The shit was real. So, you have the clip in the Discord. MJF Pipebomb promo uncensored. How long was it? Well, I'm going to have it come on in like 10 minutes here. So I'll be able to watch it here in like 10 minutes and I'll be able to see it. So don't wait for Dynamite. It said to watch the clip in the Discord. So what do you like? Was he swearing in it or whatever? Did they have it like they were like bleeping out words or whatever? Like, he was talking for 8 minutes? No. I mean, he was swearing a lot. So what is it? So does he want to get like suspended or whatever so he can just, I mean, his contract isn't up yet. I don't think it's up until January of 2023 or January of 2024. So he's still under contract, but I know it's January 1st of either 2023 or 2024, and then he can decide to go wherever he wants. But if he's already, this angry and pissed off, he wants to be fired, and then wants to go to WWE. I mean, he'll make more money there, but I don't think that they'll treat him right there. I mean, maybe he thinks he's being treated unfairly here with the money or whatever, but all right, we got 36-36. We got the Chiefs and the Bills. Anytime football's on, I got to take a little peek here. They had the Alabama Crimson Tide and Georgia Bulldogs SEC championship on late last night, so that was awesome. But also, I'm not going to watch the MJF thing when I'm online here. I'll watch it a little bit later because anytime, depending on what it's on, obviously with my channel, if they're going to, with the porn bots and just with like they're not going to copyright strike, but on that for that particular reason, but I'll end up listening to it probably a little bit later on here, but that way it's not like on the actual stream. So they don't like try to take anything away from me. Pirates again with another hit. All right. So it's still 3-3 bottom of the ninth. Elliott says, go Cubs. But not a whole lot of news. I mean, obviously we know that we're going to have this tomorrow, which will be exciting. I'll be streaming for this particular game if I'm able to be in the studio at this time. Akeem Hicks was yesterday, which was fantastic to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Pairing up with Vita Vea. Try running on that duo. It's not going to happen. We still haven't heard any word from Aaron Donald just yet. We'll find out. I feel we'll get word from Gronk in a week or two. John Madden graces the cover of his own video game, deservedly so. And then Marion Barber passed away today. Jeff Gladney passed away a couple days ago as well. So I'm excited to see what we're going to end up getting tomorrow. And then we get the Avalanche, I believe, on tomorrow too. So he said, I loved everyone thinking that Wyndham was going to show. What I think is going to happen, what I would assume, is that in the next pay-per-view, he'll link back up with Alexa Bliss, and then he'll be back in WWE. I don't know if he'll be, in AEW or NJPW or Impact or ROH. It isn't. I don't know. I mean, it'd either be WWE going back or going to AEW, which I would love if he goes into AEW. But to be able to use the Fiend character, I could see possibly if they want to go that route, that maybe you could reunite with Alexa Bliss and you could do that for maybe the pay-per-view. But I don't know. Well, we'll see. I don't know how he feels about WWE after getting let go. I mean, it's like Samoa Joe. It's like, yeah, he's on the squad, then he gets fired, then he's on the squad, and then he's fired. I mean, after so many times, you're going to probably get a little fed up. You know what I mean? I was hoping that there was going to be more options here for me to watch. I thought there was going to be some baseball on. Now they're showing Golden State and Boston in the regular season. Okay. From December 17th. Oh shit. I guess I'm going to watch that then. Do a little scouting and a little look. College Football National Championship. Ooh, that starts in a couple minutes. And then we also got AEW. I need to watch that. So I need AEW is going to be on my TV here in a second. So.
It's the second of what'll be 4 free throws. Just one more look at it. Leading 3. I agree. I don't think there's anything.
Odin Son, thank you for the $5. Every dollar counts. I appreciate you. And then we'll see if we get, Cyberpunk and we get Holly Hundo maybe in the building a little later. So Brady and Rogers win. No surprise there.
Curry hits all 4 free throws. And that'll do it for the first half.
All right. But I mean, that's just kind of the thing I was thinking. I mean, I would love for Bray, to come to AEW. I mean, with John, with Huber and obviously some of the Wyatt family, you know what I mean? It'd just be really cool to have everyone alive and everyone together. God damn it, Pittsburgh Pirates again. How the hell are the Pirates beating the fucking Dodgers? I am so confused right now. And you're at home. It's pitching, dude. Urias fucking sucked ass, and now you're about to lose again. That sucks, man. Fuck. Yeah, but we'll see. Think it was a work so he get married and do his movie. Yeah, 5-2. No, don't worry, bro. You are the original OG. You know what I mean? The Chiefs Kingdom donates the most to me out of any fan base, hands down. It used to be the Saints fan base and then the Eagles, back in the day. But for the last couple years, it's been the Chiefs Kingdom. And I mean, you were my only heavy hitter last year. I only had one. I had you. You were the only one that would donate really to me on a regular basis, $1, $5, $20, $50, $100. And it felt good to have at least one person that had my back. And now I probably have about 15, different people that could donate anywhere between $1 to $500 on any given day. So don't worry about it. Sometimes money is okay and you have a little extra to show support, but you got kids, you got the family, you got bills. And I want to make sure that, those things get taken care of first. But besides, trying to take care of me. I mean, obviously I need to be able to survive and I need to be able to, come up with ways to be able to survive too doing this full time. But you always go above and beyond. And, you are the OG. It started off maybe as a fan, then it became friends, and we definitely are family, dude. So, it's just a lot of hard work and energy. And it just, it's just amazing too, because I think that any other channel that has less than 20 people in the room, there's no way that you're going to be able to do this full time. I just never have seen a channel on Twitch. I mean, if you're playing video games, it's easy for people to watch that. But for someone to be able to do what I'm doing, it's literally impossible. I think I might be literally the only channel that does sports, or just, in general, whatever, video games, sports, life, mental health, NHL, NBA, college football, wrestling, whatever. But to have less than 20 people in the room, and sometimes it's only 10 people or 5 people, you know what I mean? But to still be able to make a living and to be able to pay my rent, pay my bills, and give back to the fans, like, buying some wrestling shirts for you, getting Holly Hundo and Cyberpunk starter jackets. I mean, that shit is important to me, because I want to make sure that the GOATs know that they are loved and appreciated, and I wouldn't be able to do this full time. And you can only imagine, I mean, once we get more people that are GOATs, I mean, down the road, I mean, there's going to be a point where I might be able to do like a jersey giveaway every football game I do at halftime. And that's the goal. I mean, I want to be able to take care of the fans and give them something special that they're not going to get somewhere else. And that's why I like to highlight a lot of the comments and show how much love and appreciation I have for you guys. Because, I mean, like I said, I've been doing this for 10 fucking years, 6 years on YouTube. I've gone through a lot of adversity. I've gone through a partner quitting. I've gone through depression. I've gone through anxiety. I've gone through a lot of the mental hurdles, ups and downs. But one thing that's always constant is you guys. And, I appreciate you guys very much. I did see that. And I got AEW about to come on here in like a minute. So I am ready. So I got Brewers, Cubs. I got Dodgers and the Pirates. Top of the 10th. Come on, Brewers. Come on, Cubs. And then, yeah, I'm trying to get into it a little bit more. Like, I've never really been fully into it. But obviously, McDavid is good. Obviously, you don't have Sidney Crosby or Alexander Ovechkin. Those are the considered two of the best that have been the best for a long time. But if you ask a couple people in the room here, like Sarah or Odin's son, they'll let you know who the top dogs are to watch or the people to watch in this particular series with the Rangers and Tampa Bay, or with the Edmonton Oilers and the Colorado Avalanche. He said, play us, baby. All right, here we go. I'm excited. AEW, my favorite thing out of everything. Let's go. It's Wednesday night, and you know what that means. Oh. Let's go. Look into my eyes. What do you see? I love CM Punk's theme music. I mean, Jericho's is the best, but it's like, how can you not? You just get juiced up when you hear it. I mean, you don't even have to like CM Punk, but it gets the crowd going. Punk. I've always been a CM Punk guy, so. Let's go. CM Punk. Yeah, well, they got Sidney Crosby, so he's like probably the most likable, funnest to watch in the NHL. I mean, obviously there's other guys out there, but Alexander Ovechkin on the Caps, but so I think Sidney Crosby might be the most likable and one of the biggest superstars and has been for a while. CM Punk, baby, let's go AEW. I'm in Oregon, so I get the replay or whatever. I caught a little bit of this first match, and I tried using my TBS app, but it started crapping out on me. And then now I'm here. It's CM Punk and FTR, who I absolutely love. Let's go. Let's go, baby. And there's only a few things that I really love in life, and Oregon Ducks is number one, Tampa Bay Buccaneers is number two, and AEW is right there with them. Let's go. Let's go. I can't wait to watch this. I might end up buying this AEW belt. I just don't want to spend $800. I just there's other belts that look better. You know, I mean, like I could get like the Smoking Skull Stone Cold belt, the Rock belt, the Ric Flair WCW title, the NWO spray painted on it. I mean, I'll probably end up getting one of those first, but I'm such a fan of AEW, and no one owns an AEW belt, probably because they fucking cost $800. But at some point, if I'm well off and I've taken care of all the fans already, I might have to dish out the dollars and end up having a souvenir for life with the AEW world title. Shout out to Johnny Depp. But I mean, both people ended up having to pay. So it's like, what, one's 15 million and the other one's 2 million. So Johnny Depp gets 13 million, but they both had, Johnny Depp sued for 50 million. Amber Heard countersued for 100 million. You knew they weren't going to get that much, but Johnny Depp's reputation hurt more. Like, who gives a fuck about Amber Heard? Like, no one gives a shit about her. But I want Pirates in the Caribbean. I want Johnny Depp back in movies, and he got fucked by this whole thing. So you can get the money, but I want to see him in Pirates of the Caribbean. And there's a rumor that The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, even though I love The Rock, I don't want him to take over the Jack Sparrow role. I mean, I guess they can make him another pirate or whatever. And I know he's always wanted to do a movie like that, but I don't know. Has arrived. Woo! He said, "Scissor me, daddy." He said, "Ass boys." Ass boys. Badass Billy Gunn and his sons, huh? The crowd is lit in LA.
Well, he's mentoring the Acclaim, and at times has had enough of his sons.
My crowd is lit. CM Punk chants. I love it, man. I just love the energy from wrestling when the fans are into it. All right, what is this? 252-3445.
The world champion CM Punk really formed a union. Yeah, it was when CM Punk, or after CM Punk, and Dax Harwood went one-on-one. The mutual respect really blossomed between Punk and Dax, and also Punk and Crash as well, leading to their team here tonight, kicking off AEW Dynamite.
I see you, Rock. Let's throw up a Johnny Depp photo for him winning. She went on for like 3 weeks. I mean, anyone that's gonna like shit in someone's bed to win a fight, I mean, that obviously is crazy shit right there. And I think obviously Johnny Depp is more likable, but I mean, when you're that rich, I mean, you know, of course, the yayo and the drinking and the drugs. I mean, when you're rich like that, you're gonna party. But I think she just got like multiple personalities, and she's just fucking a whack job. So. But at least he's not married to her anymore, or like with her anymore. All right, where's my Johnny Depp? I know I got my Johnny Depp in here. Where are you, Johnny? I know you're in here. You're not going to be able to hide from me, brother. Oh, there it is. Let's go. This is crazy how much money that these athletes and people make. Just wild. Your boy, Edward Scissorhands. Your boy, Pirates of the Caribbean, Jack Sparrow. You watched Impact? Yeah, I was more of a WCW, WCW, ECW guy. Still watch WWF, to start off in the very, very beginning. But I'm an AEW guy through and through. All right, here we go. Odin's son will educate you on some of the players to watch out for. Yeah, Will Ospreay is nice. That's obviously for wrestling. Yeah, like I said, for me, I'm obviously always trying to learn more about NASCAR, NHL, and everything else. Lenny D, what to do? They sent me the clip in the Discord or whatever, and I don't know if it's real or not. It seems like everyone says it's kind of like the CM Punk pipe bomb where they turned off his mic and he just went off. And I know he's frustrated with the money and he wants more money with the contract. His contract's going to be up in like January 1st, 2023 or January 1st, 2024. But there was a lot of swearing and a lot of stuff. But I know primarily I think it's, money. But it's not like they haven't been putting him in the forefront. He's been, one of the stars on AEW. It's not like he's been buried in the storyline or anything like that. But I am kind of intrigued to watch it when it shows up here because I'm watching it right now. I get it on the West Coast from 8 to 10. So I'm watching the first match right now with FTR and CM Punk with the 3-on-3 match. And then I imagine the pipe bomb and all that stuff's going to come up. So, and then I have it on YouTube, which I'll watch later. And I have the uncensored version or whatnot. So what are some of the things that he said in there to make you guys feel, I just saw that walk-off homer by the Cubs. Uh-oh. Wow. Is that the rookie? Oh, he did it again. Oh, man. This is brutal. Mariners lose to the fucking Orioles. Now your team loses right now. And then it looks like the Pirates are going to beat the Dodgers again. Brutal. Well, he's not a Miz knockoff, but let's not take any talents away from the Miz. The Miz is one of the best stories in wrestling to be, in real world road rules, and then to actually make it, and actually to be really good in the ring and on the mic, and one of the best heels ever. And he could definitely do announcing post his career if he wants to. I mean, he would definitely be just as good as like a Michael Cole or a McAfee. I think Jericho's another guy that could be very, very good if they wanted to go down that role. I got a lot of respect for the Miz. A lot of people don't like him, but I like heels. Heels are my favorite. So I always like guys that can talk shit, that can back it up, but that are also good in the ring. So did you? The St. Louis ribs? All right, I'm going to go to it, Caitlin. 13-12? Holy shit. All right, where is this? I need to find it. Hold on. All right, I found it. My one of my best friends, Swaggy P, is a big Marlins guy too. Is it still going on or is it over? Oh, it's I don't know. They're interviewing someone on the thing that I'm seeing right now. Oh, look, it's over. The Rockies won. Ah, damn it. I missed it. Walk-off homers. So pretty much airing everything out, name-dropping WWE and all that. Wow. So he wants to go there and get paid, but I just think they're going to bury him there. What is he going to be getting? He'll get money. And then what's his peak? They're going to make him Intercontinental Champion, maybe? I don't know if that's going to be a good look, Do you really see him being the face of WWE? I don't. You know what I mean? I think he's a great talker and he's great in the ring, but I just don't think that, they're gonna push him as like a Roman Reigns. I don't see that happening. All right, come on. What do you got here? Is there any other games that are on? I think everything else is already kind of over, right? Right. So, you're going to get paid more money, but what do you want? Do you want money? Right. And then you're just not getting the belts and you're not getting the airtime, or you stay in AEW and maybe they get you the money that you're looking for, but you're going to be more beloved there. And you're one of the faces of the company. That's why I didn't really like Cody leaving either. But I guess if you're, a wrestler, and then you want to be the booker and you want to book the matches, you got to let Tony Khan be Tony Khan and let him book the matches. It's cool for you to do it the first couple years and help him out. But you had to have thought at some point, Cody Rhodes is not going to be booking all the fucking matches forever. You know what I mean? So, and obviously he wants to win the belt for his dad and all that bullshit or whatever. And I know that's cool and all, but he's never going to be as big as he was in AEW than he is in WWE. Pretty soon he'll be fucking buried. They're just going to bring him over for ratings, for WrestleMania to try to catch up to AEW. But over time, what is he going to be? Some just mid-card jobber? No one gives a shit about Cody Rhodes. Right? It's oh my God, Cody Rhodes is on fucking TV. Am I going to run to the TV and watch? It's not like RVD in his prime or Undertaker or Stone Cold or Rock where I'm holy shit, I need to get to the TV, or NWO or DX or Bullet Club. So... Right. MJF, though, on the mic, I think he is the best, though. You know what I mean? I think Miz is very, very good on the mic, but I think if you have one guy that you could select on AEW, men or women, or any federation, NJPW, Impact, ROH, WWE, I think MJF is ranked number one. I would put him the number one talker right now. As far as in the ring, there's other guys that are better than him in the ring, but I still think that he is one of the top, maybe 20 wrestlers right now, and he's good in the ring. You know what I mean? He's very young and he's got his whole life ahead of him. So that's facts. Shout out to Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. Don't be shitting in beds no more, okay? And then I know The Rock wants to do, Pirates of the Caribbean, and there was rumors that, not that he's going to be the new Jack Sparrow, but I know he's always wanted to do a movie with Johnny, and he's wanted to be in the Pirates of the Caribbean series, and there's rumors. But I think we're going to get Rock Roman and LA WrestleMania next year. But I got CM Punk on right now. and I can't wait to see this. So when I see it here on the West Coast, is it going to be all edited? And did they actually let him swear on the East Coast live feed? Like, did they bleep it out? Eventually, they turned his mic off, right? And then they started did they bleep it at all? Obviously, on the original one here on YouTube, it shows, But I wonder what's the aftermath of what's going to happen. Right. But I mean, the impact of Cody Rhodes is they were just trying to be able to do it based off him leaving AEW. It wasn't even really like they gave a shit about him. It's just like, we're just trying to get ratings and steal one of the AEW guys and have him come over instead of the WWE people going over to AEW. Like, I don't really think that they truly care about Cody. It's like they were like, all right, we're going to give you money, but it's for like that initial pop for the ratings for like WrestleMania. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like they really value Cody Rhodes, in my opinion. You know what I mean? They just did it to try to spike the ratings in their favor because they knew they were getting their ass kicked by AEW. You know what I mean? I am excited to see it, though. Oh, big elbow by CM Punk. Let's go. Go to sleep, GTS. Let's go. Madden, you're on the cover. I see you. Marion Barber, Jeff Gladney, rest in peace. Okay? CM Punk. Badass Billy Gunn. 1, 2, 2. The Ass Boys. Famouser. Nope. Oh, GTS counter. Pick him up. Pick him up. Pick him up. Pick him up. Ooh. All right, now we're going to get GTS. GTS, go to sleep. Oh, we got Dax. I love FTR. Oh, here we go. Boom, GTS. Here we go. FTR. Let's go. 1, 2. So how far along is the MJF thing? Is it like in the middle of the show, at the end of the show? I mean, I'm a hardcore wrestling fan, just like everyone else. You know what I mean? And I want to be able to, kind of creep back into the WWE scene, but I just don't know if I'll ever get back into WWE or NBA ever again. Like, I'm excited for these finals. You know what I mean? I did predict it was going to be Warriors Celtics. I still think Warriors in 6. JT and a few other people, maybe they don't believe that I got the ESP, you know what I mean? But, getting 20 or 21 Super Bowls, winners right in a row. I don't know how many people have done that. So, but I'm excited to see the series hopefully go 6. And I'm excited to see Draymond, Tatum, Steph, and I want to see Clay go off. Big facts. And I wish I was a little bit more excited about this, but I'm actually more excited for NCAA football. Personally, I think it'll be a better game. All right, we got Pittsburgh 5, Dodgers 2. T-Perfect. You're the man. Brady wins 8. Rodgers is trash. Hey, they ended up winning, though, together. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Bucks. We're going to get this pretty soon. Let's go. We need Gronk, baby. We need Gronk. Got Akeem Hicks. Love this. And Vita Vea. Let's get that fucking Super Bowl this year. Let's get the Super Bowl, T-Perfect. Let's make that shit happen. Just need to fucking sign Gronk in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Let's get it going, baby. T-Perfect, my boy. I appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. All right, $8. Let's get to a hundo. We started off a little slow last night, too. Like I said, we were only at like $20, $30, I think, after like 3 hours, but we hit almost $350 at the end of the night. But so the goats will be in here. Thank you, T-Perfect. Appreciate you, man. Bang, bang, my boy. T Perfect with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, brother.
But to get serious for a minute, professional wrestling means the world to me. In the crowd right now is my beautiful wife and my baby girl, and those are the only two things.
Let's go.
Those are the only two things in this damn world that mean more to me than professional wrestling. Being the Ring of Honor Tag Team Champion means the world to me in cash.
Cash Wheeler, Dax Harwood, FTR is lit, man. Like, it's just cool because, you know, they're good on the mic and, you know, they're good in the ring. And obviously they were doing the thing where they were shaving each other's backs with the Usos and doing that dumbass shit. Sometimes people don't realize what kind of talent that guys have, and they just need a platform to be able to shine. And I hope they never go back to WWE. If Vince is going to do them dirty and he can't recognize talent and then they get on a spotlight on another show, why the fuck would you crawl back and go there? No amount of money that you could offer me would have me come back to a company like that. Fuck that. Same thing with CM Punk. He ain't going back ever. You know what I mean? Let's go.
No jumping from behind, no backfighting. We got a pay-per-view to sell. Forbidden Door, I know you're back there. Show me who I got.
The ace of New Japan Wrestling. Let's go.
The Grand Slam champion in New Japan Pro Wrestling, the record-setting IWGP Heavyweight Champion. And he has answered the challenge. He pulled that down the nose way back in the day. He reminds me of how I felt when I saw the young Sting in WCW. He's invigorating. His energy. Wow, we know that on Sunday, June 26th, AEW and New Japan Pro Wrestling will present Forbidden Door live on pay-per-view. And Hiroshi Tanahashi has answered Punk's challenge. I just can't believe it. He's just one of the most amazing performers.
God, I can't wait for this fucking interview.
I've ever seen in my life. That comes a lot of ground.
I obviously got the uncensored version, which I'll watch at some point here too.
Still looking at each other as we come to you here from our location. It's going to be the 26th of June. Forbidden Door at the United Center. I'm telling you, CM Punk is going to be.
These are the dudes right here. FTR.
Tonight, talk about home turf. Johnny Elite has laid out an open challenge to fight anyone in the AEW locker room. Plus, we will hear from the Jericho Appreciation Society regarding anarchy in the arena from this past Sunday.
Bang, bang, bang. You had to watch it again. Say, hey, boss, would you pay me more if I was an ex-WWE guy? That's what he said. Right, but I think that's the thing, though, Lenny, is it ever going to happen? Well, Vince is not going to give up control. I mean, I even see things with Pat McAfee show where they say when him and Michael Cole are calling the matches, Vince is in his ear the whole time. You know what I mean? I mean, we're talking about micromanaging to the fullest, and that's got to get hella annoying after a while. You know what I mean? Ooh, MJF is up next. Ooh, it's already up next, huh? Okay, I'll have someone else take over some of the donos and whatnot. Get some sleep. Have a good day at work tomorrow. But I love me some MJF, but I guess this is going to be, how long is it? Like 8 minutes? Or and they turn his mic off at some point? I'm interested to see if this is actually like real or staged, or I want to see what, you know, because he's a great talker. You know what I mean? Is it all like set up for like Is he doing it for real? Real? You know what I mean? Like, 8-2 Pirates on the Dodgers. This is great. I get it. Like I said, I'm watching it on the West Coast. So the East Coast people get it from 5 to 7. I get it from 8 to 10 here on the West Coast in Oregon. So I tried watching it on the app, but I only saw the first match roughly, and then my TBS app was being fucked up or whatever. So I don't know if this is going to be edited or whatever, since it's like, on the West Coast here. I'm seeing it, this is when we get it, obviously, here on the West Coast. So I'm about to listen.
In a lot of pain right now after what happened on Sunday. But all you people want to do is hear me talk, right? That's what you want, right? You want to hear me talk? I'll talk. But this is Max Friedman talking.
This is Max Friedman talking, he said.
Big merger, boss. A lot of important executives here tonight to watch your product. Would be a real shame if something bad happened. I wouldn't want to embarrass you, man. Speaking of embarrassing, you've been trying to sit down with me to hash things out for quite some time now, haven't you?
Ooh.
Well, guess what? Too little, too late.
He said too little, too late. The crowd's like, shut the fuck up. Oh, man.
Here's why. When this company first started, it was all friends wrestling. Everybody was handed a ticket, except for me.
Yes.
See, I had to write my own. And boy, do I have good penmanship. Because I created moment after moment.
Yeah, MJF is great. He's a superstar. I mean, is he pissed that he's not world champ? Is that what it is? That he wants to be champion? Wants more money and wants to be champ? I mean, his time is coming. He's up soon. Like Bryan Danielson and him are like the next one's up. You know what I mean?
Every time I come out here, I am not expected to hit home runs. I am expected to hit grand slams. And I do that shit on a weekly basis.
So I do that shit on a weekly basis, he says.
See, all the other boys, they get to settle for being great. I have to be perfect because I'm a 26-year-old who is constantly held under a microscope because I'm the only guy who is capable of carrying this company on my back as I have for months. It's funny. It's funny to hear boos, but I also hear clapping. That's interesting. That's interesting. Where were you guys? Where were you guys this whole weekend?
Let's go.
Call me an unprofessional piece of shit.
Ooh, unprofessional piece of shit, he said. Lots of swearing in this.
The only problem, no, it's the boys in the back too. Because the boys in the back all want my spot. Well, guess what? You want my spot, you can have it. Because I don't want to be here anymore.
Wow. He said, I don't want to be here anymore. Wow.
Let's talk about you fans, huh? You people call yourself fans. You're not fans. You're uneducated marks.
He's like, you're not fans, you're uneducated marks.
There on your phones, tweeting out your opinions like they're worth a damn. Let me explain something to you people.
Let's go.
You don't know shit.
You don't know shit. I love it, dude. I love it. I mean, he's already the biggest heel in wrestling. Now it takes him on to a whole nother level. I love it.
Your opinions change at the drop of a dime.
I fucking love this.
And your new opinions are the same as your own. For example, man, I always knew MJF was a good wrestler. Really? That's interesting. Because last time I checked, you guys pretended I sucked in the ring for a long time. And why is that, huh? Because I'm not untrained like all your faves? Because I don't pretend to watch New Japan? Because I don't dump my opponents on their head? Because I'm not reckless? What is it? Is it because I'm not chasing star ratings, guys? What is it? How could I possibly be the best? Well, newsflash, I am the best! I'm the best in the world! Because I'm the only guy who makes you feel. And unlike all those boys, I don't gotta do a bunch of bullshit to get you there.
Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. He is a generational talent.
People consistently take me for granted, but it's not just you. It's the big man in the back, too. Here's something you guys can't take.
Oh my gosh, I'm loving this.
Here's something he doesn't want you to know. Do you guys know who the second biggest minute-for-minute draw is in this entire company? Nope, you wish. It's me! It's me! And if you don't believe me, do me a favor. Ask Stat Boy Tony in the back, see what he's got to say. But whatever you do, don't ask him to reach into his pockets and pay the man who's been busting his ass for him since day one! No. Make sure he hoards all that money. Make sure he hoards all that money so he can give it to all the new ex-WWE guys he keeps bringing in.
The ex-WWE guys. Oh, shit. I mean, you want to be able to build around your company, you know what I mean? With the guys that are there, you know what I mean? Like the Kenny Omegas and the people that never went to WWE. And I love MJF. Oh. He read that line off. What up, bro? I'm just watching MJF go off right now for wrestling, so. 2024. He's like, you piece of shit. He said, fire me.
I want you to fire me.
Oh, they just turned his mic off. He said, I want you to fire me like you motherfucker or something, he just said, and then they cut it off and now it went black. Wow. Wow, that did not that after watching that and actually seeing that, that did not look. That almost was like the CM Punk, pipe bomb where he was like, you know what, I'm unappreciated. This is, he went off script and he was being real, and they eventually turned the mic off. But CM Punk never said Vince McMahon, fuck you type thing. You know what I mean? He said a lot of stuff, but I mean, MJF obviously sounds like no matter amount of money is going to be able to solve it. So it seems like maybe it's inevitable that, he'll be in WWE, I guess, at some point. But I just don't know if they're going to treat him any better there. You know what I mean? But obviously Vince probably loves that. You know what I mean? So if you get someone that actually wants to be in WWE instead of leaving WWE to join AEW. But yeah, this is one of the big stars and you should pay him. I mean, he's the best on the mic in the business. And, you got a lot of guys, Kenny Omega and Young Bucks. Those are my favorites, those three. But I love MJF. Wow. Dude. Said, yeah, hey, fire me, you fucking Mark. And then just kept going off or whatever. But then he was like, motherfucker. Like, you could tell he went off and said another like 6, 7, 8 words and then screamed. And then they turned off, obviously, the mic off. But there was a point there. I mean, unless you were actually at the show and you were close enough to hear, but I don't know exactly what was said, but almost like, fuck you, Tony Khan type thing. Wow. I mean, it's one thing it's one thing to be able to be pissed off and, you want more money or whatever, but it's not like they ever buried him and he was like only on Rampage and, he wasn't on TV. I mean, they gave him a lot of TV time and wow. Well, maybe the relationship is too far gone now, but when you say the fuck you type thing, you know what I mean? Like, and we know he's great on the mic, and maybe this is all just like, all for show. Maybe it's all for show, and Tony Khan knew this was going to happen. But if that was true, then you wouldn't really turn the mic off and go black like that. So, like, wow, crazy wrestling for you, right? Man. Yeah, Shawn Spears is in AEW still. Dude, that is wild. That is wild. That was awesome. That was fucking awesome. Now, do they even reference him at all after this, or is that like it? I mean, I imagine the announcers are probably like, all right, don't even bring up his name and don't even acknowledge, him at all on anything. Wow. Has there been any other articles or anything else on? I mean, obviously on wrestling stuff, you get a bunch of people on Twitter and they don't know shit. So now let's look at the reaction of Tony Schiavone and good old JR and Excalibur. They look a little flustered. Yeah. They look a little shocked and a little flustered. Wow. I mean, they are still able to run the company. They were still able to run the company without Kenny Omega, which WWE wouldn't be able to do without Roman. But, wow. Yeah, and he is, the top dog. Wow. Holly Hundo in the building. How are you? Not good for me. That's not good for me. I don't want him to go to fucking WWE. You know what I mean? I got to plug in my keyboard here. One sec. I mean, a lot of times in wrestling, you have stuff that's like a work or it's like predetermined or, it's made for you to think that it's real, but it's all staged and whatnot. And we obviously know with CM Punk, obviously when he wanted to leave WWE and he went off script and they ended up turning his mic off and then he ended up leaving. And then they waited till his birthday, months later to fire him. And then obviously his wife, AJ Lee, was a big part of the company too. But wow, that might have been the most uncandid, crazy, like just interview, wow, that was just insane. Oh, we got Miro. Rusev is back. Is Lana? I saw Lana tweeted that I want to watch AEW tonight. So it looks like Rusev, aka Miro, is back. I wonder if Lana is a part of AEW now. Yeah, I like Moxley. Nice. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You got like headaches or migraines or whatnot. I mean, I'm going to be in here for probably about 5 or 6 hours. So, I mean, if you end up, feeling not so good and then want to come back later, I'll be in here probably still hanging out. So. Elliot just got back from the Cardinals game with Mick Ismoot. But John Madden got the cover. We know that. Rest in peace. Marion Barber III died. Rest in peace. Jeff Gladney and his girlfriend died a couple days ago. Rest in peace. Wow, that was just wild. I mean, only once in a while in wrestling that you'll get something so wild and crazy like that. And, I mean, especially if you're one of the top stars and you're not treated like it and they're catering to other people. Like if you're giving Sting more money than MJF, I mean, that you got to be able to take care of your own homegrown guys. You know what I mean? You don't want to be like Vince and underappreciate your guys and they go to the other company. But it seems like maybe Tony Khan is not appreciated. I mean, if you're going to pay anyone maximum money, Kenny Omega and MJF are the top guys that you would want to pay that kind of money. Jericho too. Moxley also. Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson also. Miro is back. Awesome. 2 car accidents, neither neck nerve damage. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. I wish I could just ship out some of these gummies that I have right here to you. I tell you, you take 1 of these or 2 of these, you'll be much better. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We got our girl here with the fun facts. I'm here for it. What do we got here? First time Dodgers have been swept by the Pirates since 2015. I would call my dad right now, but I imagine he's not too thrilled about the Dodgers playing like shit right now and not getting hits. First time it's happened since 2000. I was going to say, I follow the Dodgers pretty heavily. I try to watch almost every game that they play, just like my dad. And I mean, you go through the ups and you go through the downs, but wow. The Pirates? But I guess I can't talk because the Mariners can't even beat the fucking Orioles. So, of course, it's amazing, Elliot. It's one of the better stadiums in MLB. And like I said, even if you're not into baseball, maybe now you'll get into it a little bit more. And it's about hanging out with your boys and having a good time. But the vibe of going to a baseball game is so different than going to a football game or NBA game. I like it. I mean, I like college football and NFL the best, and then going to like wrestling stuff. But I think I like going to MLB games more than NBA. I mean, I really like the vibe of going to Major League Baseball games. It's just laid back, a different type of crowd. They're not necessarily so yelling like maybe like NFL fans or college football fans or wrestling fans, but it's cool, man. It's just a cool vibe where everyone's laid back and just having a good time. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Nice. That'll help. Yeah, CBD, CBN, and THC. So, I mean, if you have a little bit of that, I mean, it definitely helps. Like these ones I have are 100 milligram. So it's like 1 piece is 10. And normally when I would do the old ones, it was 5 milligrams for 1 serving. Now I use 1 piece. They're like a Starburst piece, and it's like 2 of the old servings that I have. So if I take 2 gummies, that'll be like 4 of the old ones. And that is like almost too much, but you know, a Johnny drip. My dad is going off on the Dodgers like MJF did. That was like amazing. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was a lot of swearing and there obviously, you know, what if we end up finding out that it was all just a work though? You know what I mean? We already know he's great on the mic, and obviously now it's going to take his mic skills and everything, you know, but now we're not going to get to appreciate it in AEW. Or if we do, what does he do? Is he like Vince, Tony Khan, and does he just bury him and just not put him on TV? Or does he, you know, just put him on a little bit? You know what I mean? Like, how does that work out? Like, what happens if he puts MJF in a match and he doesn't follow the kind of, you know, the setup of the game plan of how the match is going to go, and he just does whatever he wants? You know what I mean? Now if you have this like loose cannon that you don't even know if he's going to comply. Like if MJF is supposed to lose and then he ends up like holding the pin tight and wins, you know what I mean? Like at some point for like misconduct or not listening for like the whole setup and the whole, you know, game plan of how matches are supposed to start and end. I mean, I don't know if they'll fire him or whatever, but it's not looking good unless it's all at work. But what a great fucking interview. MJF went fucking off. I thought the Pipebomb one was good from CM Punk, which was legendary. This one was even better, but obviously you don't want to have him say fuck you to Tony Khan and everything, but man, he went off. Wow, that was crazy. Yeah, I mean, if it ends up being a work and it's just for ratings or whatever, you know what I mean? But bottom line, if there was a little bit of truth to it and he just wants to get paid, pay the man. You know what I mean? Like if there's only a few guys that are really worth paying. CM Punk, Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, Chris Jericho, John Moxley, Bryan Danielson, for sure. Like Bryan Danielson and Moxley, you got to pay those guys for coming over. But if you're talking about guys that never went over to WWE, you should be paying MJF and Kenny Omega a lot of money. You know what I mean? Because I think MJF is just as instrumental as Kenny Omega. I think Kenny Omega is the best wrestler, period, even over Roman or anyone else. But MJF is up there. You know what I mean? I think he's the best talker in the business right now. And he can carry the weight, and he could be champion just like Kenny Omega or John Moxley or, you know, Adam Hangman Page or CM Punk. Because the next in line is going to be Bryan Danielson or MJF. Maybe MJF is just, you know, it's been 3 years, and maybe he thought, hey, I should already be champ by now. You know what I mean? But I mean, obviously, if they believe in something and there was no storyline for a couple months and they're just told to shut up, kind of like the like when you have like Fox News, like when LeBron was complaining about stuff, shut up and play ball. Like they don't want to hear what the people are going through. Vince micromanages, and if they felt kind of unfair about how things were, you got to stand up for what you believe in. And I always said I thought Sasha would be a great fit in AEW. And I know they don't want to release either one because that'll bring the AEW ratings up and build that women's division. But I don't have any problem with it. Because, I mean, if you just got a belt and there's no storyline behind it and there's pretty much just like shut up and, listen to what I have to say and I'm going to micromanage you, at some point. And I know Sasha was probably pissed that they wanted her to lose and Naomi to lose to build up, obviously Ronda Rousey. And she wanted Charlotte, Rousey, and, she wanted to be the person that was in there. And you got to think Ronda Rousey's not as good on the mic, but she is a draw based off her name. But Sasha's good on the mic, good in the ring. And overall, Sasha is one of the best that the females they've ever had besides now Bianca Belair or Charlotte Flair. So I don't have any problem with them doing it, and I hope they go to AEW. So. Hey, it could be worse. You could be a Mariner fan like me, but at least I ended up getting the Julio foul ball. That made everything worth it. I still haven't got his jersey yet, though. I'm waiting on it. Just wait on it. Just wait on it. Yes, you do. My dude. Yeah. And they didn't have any storyline for it. I mean, they pretty much just died in the water. I mean, they just have too many wrestlers there, and, and Sasha's underappreciated. It's like they want to give the love to Charlotte and Bianca Belair, and they want to give it to Becky Lynch. Like, Sasha is very, very talented. If you look at her skill set, especially on the mic and in the ring, there's not too many people that are better than her. I mean, Charlotte Flair is right up there with her as far as like on the mic and in the ring. I think those two might be arguably. I mean, we know Bianca Belair's got it in the ring, but on the mic, she's not as good. But yeah. Just wait on it. Yeah, I did see that. It's like, why even have them? You know what I mean? And I know they're going to end up doing the trio belts for AEW because you have a lot of teams in the trios. I like that idea, but I just don't like the way Vince micromanages and everything. So I just think wrestlers are happier in AEW, and that's what it's about, right? You want to be able to have the wrestlers, have a good mental health and go out there and have fun. You know what I mean? You don't want to have people go out there and just be micromanaged. I mean, I know Pat McAfee and Michael Cole are, they're going to be little puppets and they're going to listen to whatever Vince says. But that's got to be kind of annoying where you don't have really any leeway and someone's always chirping in your ear. I know you're the guy, you're the owner, but it's like sometimes I feel Vince is like Jerry Jones. There's a reason why your shit is going downhill. All right. And Jerry has too much control. And obviously it's not working. The Cowboys haven't been fucking good in a long time. Last year they were pretty good and they couldn't even beat the Niners at home. Oh, we got Jericho on TV right here with Judas. And I don't like this Jericho Appreciation Society. The Inner Circle was one of the coolest factions, like Undisputed Era. Why did they have to break that up? I know that they wanted to, have Sammy Guevara and everyone else go their separate ways, but this is not as cool as the Inner Circle. Inner Circle was a cool vibe. Man. Be calm. God, I love this. Jericho is the man. Yeah, I mean, Twitter is going to be in an uproar right now. Oh, AEW is the best right now. I mean, it's just, you got legends from WWE that are over there, but it's just the easiest form of wrestling to watch. And the fans are the most passionate, and I like passion. So whether it be football, NFL, college football, and you get that same passion from the fans with the cheering and the rooting for guys or the females, and I like that. That's a big part of why I like wrestling, is because of the fan participation and the passion that goes along with wrestling and football. That's facts. The Jets passing on Warren Sapp. Yeah, in 95. Yeah. Cowboys are overrated by their fans. But do you blame them? You know what I mean? I think the Cowboys almost get an unfair, we know there's douchebag fans of every fan base. You know what I mean? We know this, right? But they're just really passionate. I mean, the Eagles fans, right, are passionate. They threw fucking snowballs at Santa. You know what I mean? The Cowboys are just known as kind of that douchebaggery team like the Pats. But the Pats with Belichick were cheating with, and Brady was there and Gronk was there. And people didn't like them because of the cheating. And they were winning so much. So we get it. But what if the Cowboys won? They haven't won shit since 1995, 92, 93, 95. That's the last time they were good. You know what I mean? So I think they almost get unfairly criticized, by the media, and we're all brainwashed to say we hate the Cowboys and we hate the New England Patriots. You know what I mean? Everyone is brainwashed to hate those two teams. Like, why do we really hate the Cowboys? I mean, if you're a Niner fan, like me growing up, I mean, obviously there's a rivalry there with the Niners and Cowboys, or Cowboys Eagles, Cowboys Redskins, Cowboys Giants. I get it. Right? But what if you're a fan of an AFC team or another NFC team that has nothing to do with the Cowboys? Why do we hate them? Is it just the fans? And some of them, they just want to win? Or maybe when they had Danny White, and maybe when they had Aikman, Michael Irvin and Emmett and Leon Led and Dion, and you know what I'm saying? Like, why do we really hate them? I mean, for me, I don't hate them. I like Dak a lot. I would rather have Dak Prescott on Tampa Bay than Kyler Murray or Lamar Jackson. I think Kyler and Lamar are overrated. So I like Dak. But Micah Parsons is the best player on the team. Zach Martin's good. I mean, I like a lot of the players that they got on there, but I think Cowboy fans just want to win, and they have a lot of fans across the nation. Cowboy fans are like Packer fans and Steeler fans. They're everywhere, right? But they don't have as much success as the Packers or Steelers. With that being said, I mean, when's the last time the Packers won a Super Bowl, let alone the Steelers? It's been a while. You know what I mean? They don't win it every year. Right? But the fans are very hardcore for the Packers, Steelers, and Cowboys nationwide. But they just get that, maybe the TO thing. Maybe it's, because I don't know if you can really hate Emmett or Michael Irvin or Dion or Aikman. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just like the Jerry Jones thing. Maybe that's why the fans being like, overly passionate. Maybe Skip Bayless, being in the limelight of being a delusional Cowboy fan. They just want to win. You know what I mean? I got a little bit of sympathy for them. They just want to win. But the reason why they don't win is Jerry Jones. And you got shitty coaches like Mike McCarthy, idiot, right? Or Kellen Moore, who doesn't know how to fucking call plays. He could have been a head coach by now if he didn't run that fucking draw with Dak. It's all about coaching and giving up control. If you give up control, the Cowboys, like, imagine this. If the Cowboys get Sean Payton, do you think that they can't win a playoff game? Or they wouldn't be able to make it to an NFC championship game? They could. But they don't have the right coach. And they're going to need someone like a Sean Payton to get them there. You know what I'm saying? It's not like Bill Parcells. I mean, there's not a lot of Jimmy Johnsons, or Barry Switzers from back in the day, and you're not going to replicate that O-line or that Michael Irvin, fucking Emmitt Smith, and, Troy Aikman trio or Dion. So, you know what I'm saying? Jack Swagger. Jack Hagar. Yeah, he's been in there for a long time. No neck, dude. Yes. I mean, of course, when you're a Cowboy fan, you're going to represent the Cowboys to the death. I mean, every Cowboy fan is like that. All they want to do is win. You know what I mean? And they know sometimes that, this is our year, and they always get disappointed. But do you really think Cowboy fans don't know that? They already know they're going to get disappointed. They just want to, psych themselves up that maybe this could be that special year where they don't fucking feel that failure. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. For me, I don't have the hate for the Cowboys like a lot of people do. But I will be honest, back when I was younger, I was brainwashed to hate the Pats and the Cowboys like everyone else. But I decided to not go down that path, and I just appreciate greatness. So, Bryan Danielson, he's great. But he already established himself, by winning the double belts. And, I mean, he's a legend, bro. I mean, everyone wants to either watch them win or watch them lose. You know what I mean? But I like Dak. I don't like Zeke, right? I do like CeeDee Lamb. Michael Gallup is okay, but really the guys that I like a lot, I like Zach Martin, I like Micah Parsons, and I like Dak. I think Dak is super underrated. And you got to think, if Dak was on a different team, and let's say Lamar or Kyler was the quarterback of the Cowboys, you don't think that those guys would get fucking annihilated by the media? They would get destroyed. They would be talking shit about Kyler and fucking Lamar like to no end. You know what I mean? So Zeke fucking sucks, bro. He hasn't been the same since they had the 3 Pro Bowlers on the line. This is not Ohio State. He's not good. Tony Pollard is a better running back. Yep. Right. Well, it's their loss, right? And let's be honest. Most Cowboy fans that are right? And there's some good ones, but most of them are kind of, I don't want to say douchebags, but some Cowboys fans are douchebags. You know what I mean? But sometimes I don't think it's on purpose. You know what I mean? They just have a lot of winning culture when they were a kid, and they just want to have a glimmer of hope of being good again. You know, they know they're not going to be winning Super Bowls left and right, and they know that was a special era, 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, and they know it's probably never going to happen again. But all they want to do is just win a playoff game. They just want to be able to be as popular, nationwide, and they want to be able to back that up with a playoff win. You know what I mean? So I got a little bit of sympathy for them. You know what I mean? Yes, I agree. Yeah, some of them want to win, but of course, if you're going to take it to that level and you be like Cowboys, everything, and everyone else is a piece of crap, and I'm not going to accept you. Well, some Cowboy fans, or every fan base is going to have toxic fans. I mean, Saints fans are toxic like a motherfucker. We have. I don't have any personal bad Eagle fans on the channel, but we've had a lot of Saints fans and that have been toxic, and a lot of them have been good, but we've had a lot of bad ones too. And Cowboy fans. Maybe some are toxic, you know what I mean? But I don't have too many toxic ones on here. So, but I totally get you though. Well, it's because we've been brainwashed by the media to hate the Cowboys. I mean, it's just how it goes. You know what I mean? Yeah, McCarthy's garbage. Jason Garrett's garbage too. But honestly, right now, right? Jason Garrett's a better coach than McCarthy. You know what I mean? But if you don't have good, and look what they did on defense with Dan Quinn. They were horrible. One of the worst in NFL history, giving up yards. Dan Quinn comes in and they actually firmed things up and then made the playoffs. And Micah Parsons' pick was great, even though they wanted Patrick Surtain or they wanted J.C. Horn. But they made the right choice because that guy's going to be better than those 2 corners. But we've always been brainwashed to hate the Cowboys. I like him a lot. You know what I mean? Like, I know a lot of people, when I tell them, like, I think Dak's better than Kyler or Lamar, people just get all, like, riled up. What do you mean? Well, I'm not going to fucking feed into the trolls and the dumbass people on the media just because Kyler can fucking play baseball or he's on a video game thing with fucking FaZe Clan. He fucking sucks in November and December. He's not good. I mean, he's a good dual threat. He's too short, right? He's not a leader. He's not very accurate. And he just curls up into a ball and plays like shit when it really matters, okay? Lamar doesn't stay in the pocket. And then, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think Lamar's that good. And if they're going to give Lamar all this money, I mean, I wouldn't want Lamar or Kyler on Tampa. You know what I'm saying? Like, they both have talent to be top 10 quarterbacks, which they both are. But I think Dak, to me, has improved every single year. He wasn't very good on third down early in his career. He wasn't really good in the red zone. You know what I mean? Coaching hasn't never been there. You know what I mean? You have fucking John Harbaugh on one side, so at least you got a coach there, right? And I don't know if I really believe in the Cardinals coach, you know what I mean? He might need to go at some point, you know what I mean? And obviously the Super Bowl is going to be in Arizona with Kingsbury and whatnot. We saw him at Texas Tech, but I like Dak. I think that, he's a leader. He's gotten better every single year. And I would love to have a guy like that on my team. You know what I mean? So, and anyone that gets drafted 3rd or 4th round, there's 0 expectations. 0. You went to Mississippi State. Everyone thought you were going to be just a piece of shit player, like a backup. And you ended up turning into a top 10 quarterback. Does anyone ever talk about that? No. You know what I mean? They just want to rip him all the time. It's not always his fault. I mean, look at the supporting cast. Look at the O-line. Look at the defense. But primarily, it's Jerry Jones, right, having too much control like Vince McMahon, and obviously coaching. That's the reason why they don't advance. And that's facts. Yeah, I saw that he cut Jericho's hair. Yep. You know what I mean? And I think he's a good guy on and off the field. And like I said, I just like what he represents, for the Dallas Cowboys, even though they get hated on. But trust me, if Lamar or Kyler were on the Cowboys, they would be hated just as much as Dak is hated almost for no reason. Look at Romo. Romo was hated for no reason. Shit, if Romo was on a good team, he could have won a Super Bowl. If he was on a team like Pittsburgh and actually had a good coach and good supporting cast, I think Romo could have won a Super Bowl or at least got to a NFC, AFC championship game. And now he's always going to be known as like the, commentator guy with Jim Nantz. and he'll probably be known as more as a commentator rather than a player, but supremely underrated. I always like Romo as well. So the relationship would have worked. Yeah, of course. A Chief fan and a Cowboy fan. Yeah. See? But every time I would say it in the past, you get people that are Ravens fans or Cardinal fans, and they try to argue with me. But I mean, I call the facts on what I see. And every single year, I feel that Dak gets better and he's a better leader. And if it's 3rd down and 9 and the game is on the line, who do you honestly trust? If Dak was on your team, or Kyler or Lamar, do you trust Lamar throwing the football? Fuck no. Do you trust Kyler in a big moment? I don't. You know what I mean? Dak, I trust. I trust Dak. So the Hollywood It Girl. Yes, I've seen that. Really? MJF getting the money? No, cutting hair in wrestling is not something that happens. Yeah, but the MJF thing was crazy. So obviously there was a little bit of a promo, and MJF is an original guy. He's the best talker right now in the business, and they're not paying him what he's worth. And so he pretty much just went fucking off, like, fire me. And it seemed like, I mean, sometimes you get these non-scripted, interviews that, they have like mic time, for wrestlers, but sometimes the wrestlers go off script. And CM Punk did that years ago before they decided to fire him and let him go, just saying how the company was biased and it was unfair, only pushing certain guys, which is all true. And then they cut his mic off. But he definitely made a big name for himself. And he was one of those wrestlers that he was gone for like 10 years. And randomly at every federation, you would hear CM Punk chants, even though we never thought he'd come back. So, but wow, yeah. Today's show has been awesome. Adam Cole, baby. No Jeff Hardy, though. Oh, but at least he's out there. I know Jeff Hardy's been hurting. And obviously, remember that, Holly, the Darby Allin and the Jeff Hardy, when he ended up going off the ladder and then landing on the chairs? I think that really fucked him up, and his back hasn't recovered from that. Oh, Darby, let's go. Shout out to the GOATs. I love you, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Yeah, and I don't get too excited about too many things in wrestling, but AEW, it gets the juices flowing, just like duck football and Tampa Bay, and just overall, just like NFL in general. Love it. Kingsbury isn't successful because he's a college coach and he hasn't adapted to the NFL to me. So, exactly. It doesn't work. It's like Chip Kelly trying to run that spread offense at Oregon on Philly. You knew it wasn't going to work. You know what I mean? You can't just run hurry up offense, when guys get tired, Oh, here we go. Love me some Luchasaurus. I love me some Jungle Boy. And like I said, these lower name guys like Jungle Boy and Darby Allin, I would rather watch them than some of the, mid card or bigger guys in WWE. It's just truth. I see effort. I see passion. I see happiness. You know what I mean? I see that, they're fulfilling their dreams and they're at a company where they want to be. Maybe not like MJF, but I would rather watch Darby Allin or Jungle Boy than most of the guys on the roster, let alone Jon Moxley, right, or Bryan Danielson. So, love it. But I love crowd participation. I mean, it's just like football. It's just I'm just born on this energy and just that passion. So wherever I get it from, baseball, basketball, not so much, but you get it in wrestling, in AEW, and you definitely get it in NFL and college football. And I kind of live off that energy and that passion. Adam Cole, baby. Yeah, I think it did. I mean, he was supposed to wrestle in this match tonight with Adam Cole, and at the pay-per-view, he wasn't able really to function properly. So It's a different type of game, mentoring young minds and young kids, or mentoring grown men that have egos. That's why certain guys can't do it. You know what I mean? And then you got always the NIL deals and, people buying players and all the bullshit and the boosters and everything, Saban saying that he wasn't trying to cause problems. I mean, come on now, the best one that did college and pro is Pete Carroll. He was successful at USC, successful in Seattle for the Seahawks, but you're not going to get too many Pete Carrolls out there. You got to, man. The crowd for AEW by far is so much better than the WWE crowd. They're in LA right now, and like I said, depending on where they go, like if they end up going to Oregon, I'm going to get front row seats. I don't care how much it costs, but I just love the energy and the passion, and you get more of it in AEW. That's genuine. It's like when I watch WWE, they only cheer for like the 5 or top 6 women and men. You know what I mean? But in AEW, everyone gets a pop. So. Yes. Yeah, with no fans in the crowd, it was horrible. And then let alone WWE got complacent, right? And then obviously, some of the other sports, it just wasn't the same without fans. Fans really bring that excitement and that energy. Because, imagine if you were watching, like when we watch wrestling with no fans, NFL games or college with it's just boring. Like, you can know that the greats are out there, but the players and the wrestlers feed off that energy, and we feed off it when we're watching it on TV as well, or when you're in person. Fans are a big part of things, just like you guys are a big part of this channel. Without you guys, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. You know what I mean? I love you guys. Oh, shit! Wow, Jungle Boy. Well, I need to have someone. Elliot, are you still in the room? So we'll see when Jameson Meza comes into the room, and then I'll have someone. Sarah already left, so obviously she has to wake up kind of early, but I'll have to have someone else take over the dono role. Maybe I'll have Jameson Meza or Elliot. Oh, Luchasaurus. He's so athletic. I just love seeing like high-flying, innovative moves, and you get them in AEW, and you don't get them really in WWE as much. Double team moves, factions, crowd participation. Everything that I love about AEW, you get it. And everything that Vince hates is what makes wrestling good. Woo! Over the top. Young Bucks, let's go. Exactly. AEW, they definitely give everyone a shot. I would recommend watching it. I know a lot of people are hardcore WWE and they don't want to let go because of The Rock and Stone Cold and The Undertaker. But guess what? Those guys are not fucking around anymore. And even the guys that they have now, all right, Kevin Owens, not used properly. Seth Rollins, not used properly. AJ Styles, not used properly. Randy Orton, not used properly. Finn Balor, not used properly. You got megastars that you're not using properly. It's not all about fucking Roman Reigns. You know what I mean? And I wish that someone would actually get into Vince. But if Triple H ran things, you know what I mean? If it was me, I would have John Cena come back and run the NWO. You know what I mean? If you want to be able to bring ratings back, have John Cena run the NWO and bring it back. You know what I mean? That would help bring the ratings back. But what the hell do I know about wrestling and ratings, right? But I know if you did that and Triple H was running it and John Cena was the Hollywood Hogan and you ended up doing NWO, that could definitely help, bring the ratings back, but they would have to do it the right way. So, because obviously they're not bright enough to come up with a new faction. And when they do have a faction, they just blow it up. Nice. You want to put it in the Discord? Oh, yeah. Well, supposedly, if Judgment Day, if Finn Balor goes there, Edge controls the Demon. That could be something that they do. But yeah, Finn, like I said, there's a lot of guys that could be really, Shinsuke Nakamura, Asuka, Finn Balor, and I know some of these people are not going to go over, you know what I mean? But Ricochet, there would be so much exciting matches to pair up with guys like Darby Allin and Jungle Boy. Like I said, I don't need the name recognition. I need to see effort and talent. And when I watch Darby Allin and Jungle Boy, I'm more into the matches than I have been with a lot of these mid-card or lower card or high-card guys. You know what I mean? It shows you right there. I mean, Jungle Boy and Darby Allin aren't even in top 5 guys in the company, but they wrestle like they're top 5 guys, and I like that. So, yes, we do. Yes, we do. I don't even know where we're at on the donos. Maybe I'll have to see where we're at. I have to scroll up here to see. 2 hours in. I'll probably be here for at least another 3. Who knows? Maybe 4. And Sarah left, but I need to look to see. I'm scrolling up because what are we at? Are we at $8? Is that where we're at? $8? $8 in donos. Well, hopefully we can get closer to 100. I think that's where we're at. 1 from Sarah, 2 from T Perfect, and 5 from Odin's son. Oh, yes, he would. Yes, he would. All right, so at least that way I know where we're at. $8 in donos. Let's get to a hundo if we can. I love the Young Bucks. I love Kenny Omega. I love Bryan Danielson. I love Jon Moxley. I love Darby Allin. I love Jungle Boy. I love Luchasaurus. I mean, I love Adam Cole, baby. I mean, there's just so many more talented guys that I like. And I like the fact that a lot of these guys, Young Bucks and Kenny Omega probably will never go to WWE, and I love them for that. Sounds like MJF might be going, but I mean, I'm a Young Bucks, Kenny Omega guy anyways. Oh, Luchasaurus. Wow. Wow. He said, don't crank it. Does it get crazy? Luchasaurus. Wow. Standing moonsault. Are you kidding me? Dude, Luchasaurus's athleticism for a guy that's almost big as Kane or Undertaker is fucking unreal. I haven't seen too many guys. Like Canyon. Who's better than Canyon? Nobody. I mean, there was a few people that were kind of taller that had that athleticism and whatnot. I remember Perry Saturn and Canyon, the Eliminators in ECW. God, I'm really throwing back old school names, but I'm a big headbutt by Luchasaurus. But for a guy that's big, 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", kind of frame, to be able to do a standing moonsault or to do any like high flying moves, I mean, incredible. Fucking incredible. Just like CM Punk and our boy MJF. Fucking incredible. Just incredible. NWSF Chain Gang in the building. God, I love Darby. Woo! Oh, shit. Oh, coffin drop. He got caught, though. Ooh, Elliot, those ribs look good. My goodness. Get in the ring. Eric Redbeard. I love Redbeard. I've loved the Wyatt family, and Huber, why did he have to die, dude? I mean, Dark Order would be so much more popular if he didn't pass away, too. Delete. Just fucking Matt Hardy just boom, boom, boom. Into delete. Boom, 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 boom. Right into the ropes. Let's go. Delete. I love this. Top rope, middle, and then into the bottom turnbuckle. Let's go. Entertainment factor just so much better in AEW. It just really is. And like I said, if WWE was putting out good matches, I wouldn't be just blackballing them and just saying how shitty their product is. I like wrestling as a whole, whatever federation, but I mean, they got complacent, they got lazy, and I don't like the product anymore. This bottom line. I don't like it. I want to see their top guys get used properly. Makes you feel like you need to go violent. Let's go. I got 45 minutes left. Ooh, super kick, super kick. Oh, missed. Luchasaurus is so athletic. Oh, double super kick. Here goes Jungle Boy. Oh, another super kick. Oh, another super kick. Can we get a V-trigger? I love the Young Bucks. I really, really do. Young Bucks, Adam Cole, Bebe. And I can't wait for Omega to come back, but we might not get him until like October. V-trigger. Oh, they countered it. I mean, seeing Kenny Omega, Adam Hangman Page going against the Young Bucks, when they first debuted like 3 years ago, that was like the best tag team match I've ever seen. Just the innovation in the moves. Oh! Let's go. 1, 2. The Undisputed Elite. Undisputed Era, why would you I'm glad Adam Cole left and a lot of these guys left. I mean, the last guy is Johnny Gargano to join the crew, but I mean, having to start up a company to go against WWE is not going to be easy. But I mean, it should tell you with guys like Adam Cole, not just coming over because of his girlfriend, Dr. Britt Baker, but the key one for me is Bryan Danielson. He is such a good-hearted guy, and if he thought WWE was a good place to work, he'd still be there. You know what I mean? I love it, man. Moxley, too. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, Ricochet would kill it. I mean, it's like a lot of these guys, they just get buried in mediocrity or mid-card, and then sometimes they don't even get on TV. You know what I mean? But, I mean, I'm hoping that we get to a point where we can get Rampage as like a 2-hour show, just like Dynamite, and it can be, not like the second, the A show and the B show. I want them to both be A shows, but you got to get more wrestlers. That's facts. I love goats. I love greatness. Man, this was some greatness today. Tomorrow will be fun. Can't wait. And we're going to get Colorado out tomorrow too, so the Avalanche and the Oilers, so it'll be fun. I never really got into it, back in the day. I've always been more WWF, WWE, and then I transitioned to ECW and WCW, and then now AEW. But yeah, I never really got into TNA really that much, but I've seen some stuff from them.
To my right, we got my man Geek, MCU, man behind the Black Panther, Civil War, Captain America. Then over here, we got my man Flash Garments, the man behind the music theme, Big Pressure on my mobile stuff right now. Garments. Last but not least, we got the fashion icon himself, Jeff Hamilton, presenting me.
Special for you, like a one-of-one jacket for you to sport. Here.
Thank you very much.
Keith Lee, baby. It's great to see Keith Lee too. And that's another star that they dropped the ball on. Adam Cole, Keith Lee. You know what I mean? And I'm just happy to be able to watch them in AEW. I mean, I've been a day one or two. I mean, all I had to do was watch one episode of AEW and I was sold. So AEW is where it's at. I mean, it really is. And I got friends like my boy Jay Graves that I road trip with. He will refuse to watch AEW. He won't. I show him highlights. I show him matches. He refuses to buy in. He's just like, he's so in love with Shawn Michaels, just like you, Lenny D. He's so in love with the old school WWF that he won't give any other company a try. I'm like, this is not TNA. This is not Impact. This is not ROH. This is AEW, which is like WCW, or ECW. I mean, it actually is, a good comparison to WWE. And you can't convince everyone. You know what I mean? I'm just a fan of good wrestling, but I like factions. I like innovative moves. I like crowd participation. You know what I mean? What do we got here? Is this Ember Moon? Athena? So Ember Moon is in AEW like that. That's another wrestler that got shit on a little bit by WWE. Let's go. And there's a fan love for wrestlers. Like you can be a Ruby Soho, like a Ruby Riott. Who gave a shit about Ruby Riott in WWE? Let's be honest. Zero. Nobody gave a shit about her. But when she comes over, even though we know she's not going to be like a world champion, the fans, appreciate people that either got fired or walked away from Vince. And they're going to show them love. And you know what I mean? Is Ruby Soho going to be your favorite female wrestler? No. But when she's there, you try to equally give everyone love. And that's what I like about this fucking AEW. It's like, it doesn't matter if you're lower card or main event Kenny Omega. They really do appreciate everyone. And that's what it's about. You know what I mean? It's about appreciating everybody.
Because all streaks were made to be broken. And I am going to...
They will over time. You know what I mean? And let's be honest, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, Survivor Series, let's be honest. Most of the pay-per-views are letdowns. Let's be honest. I mean, we watch them, right? And they have a great card, but the matches don't end the way that we expect most of the time, or they're too short. You know what I mean? I don't want to watch Brock Lesnar smash someone in 3 minutes on a WrestleMania or a Royal Rumble. Stupid. You know what I'm saying? But, they got 4 main pay-per-views, and they'll grow, and they'll get bigger. You know what I mean? Damn, Jade Cargill looks like a fucking monster. Jade Cargill looks like she's 6'5", and Ember Moon looks like she's like 5 foot. TNA, yeah. Give it time, dude. They've only been in existence for 3 years, and eventually the women's division will be close to the WWE's. But WWE's been grooming their females for 20 years. I mean, you had a brand new company. They were lucky enough to have Dr. Britt Baker at least hold it down. She's really the only respectable one to me. Like you got Jade Cargill and all these other ones, but they're not on that same level as, a Sasha Banks, a Charlotte Flair, a Bianca Belair. But eventually they'll build, you know what I mean? But it's not like you're going to be able to get a lot of females, from NJPW or ROH or, a lot of these other locations. They're not, the best right now are in WWE. That's the only thing WWE has going for it is their female division. And even then they drop the ball. You know what I mean? Even then they drop the ball. So give it time, my guy. Give it time. All right. So I got AEW Dynamite on. Hasn't been a whole lot of news. Akeem Hicks to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers pairing up with Vita Vea. Want to run on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Good fucking luck. Okay. Aaron Donald, will you retire? I don't know. Gronk, sign with my Buccaneers. I'm waiting. John Madden on his own cover for his own video game. Well deserved. Okay. Rest in peace, Marion Barber III, and rest in peace, Jeff Gladney and girlfriend. Both passed away. Gladney a couple days ago, Marion Barber III, Minnesota Golden Gopher, Dallas Cowboy, and Chicago Bear stud. Rest in peace. And then we had CM Punk on earlier, and then the MJF. Wow. Like I said, we had the CM Punk pipe bomb that when he went off script and talked shit about Vince, and he pretty much just said the truth. That certain guys like Cena, are getting the push, whether they show up or not, you know what I mean, and do the dirty work. And he pretty much was just spitting facts. And they, kept him on with the company until his birthday and then fired him. And then AJ Lee obviously got let go as well. But I mean, everyone has been waiting for 10 years for CM Punk. And whether you love him or hate him, have you ever heard one single wrestler name being chanted after not being in wrestling for 10 years? Almost every, pay-per-view, every, Raw, SmackDown, you would always hear a CM Punk chant. I've never heard something like that. And then now that he's back, you get these like stans and haters just because he's not in WWE. Do you think he really wants to be there and get micromanaged? I'm glad that he is in AEW. I love it, man. I love it. But I don't want MJF to leave. And I do want Kenny Omega to leave. This belt might be something I buy. Do I want to spend $800 on this belt? No. But one day, if I have money, your boy might have the AEW strap around the waist because I don't want to give Vince any money. I don't want to give it. I mean, I want the Smoking Skull belt. I want the Rock belt. I want the NWO belt. I want the Ric Flair belt. But no one owns the AEW belt, so maybe I'll be the first. Maybe I'll represent AEW to the fullest, to the truest. So Jade built like, but her wrestling is kind of raw. You know what I mean? Like she's got the look and she can talk shit, but she's kind of awkward in the ring. She's not really fully, you know what I mean? She's just raw in the ring. You know what I mean? So get in the ring with Eric Redbeard. Let's go. But shout out to everybody in the room. Mental health is so important. Like I said, I went through a little depression and anxiety last week, but I feel fucking fantastic now. I was like, where is my mental health? Oh, there it is. I'm doing good now, though. You know what I mean? Things were tough, but I feel I've overcome, and I'm good right now. You know what I mean? Sometimes I go through those ups and downs, but I always try to look forward to things that are going to make me happy. Talking to you guys is a big thing, and I just try to take it one day at a time. Easier said than done. You know what I mean? And shout out to Brady and shout out to Aaron Rodgers dominating Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. But I mean, it's golf, for Christ's sake. I mean, did anyone really watch that? I mean, I saw some little clips or whatever, but I mean, I'm not going to watch them golf, really, but and I don't really know how much golfing Josh Allen and Mahomes do. I mean, they should be really working with their receivers, trying to be able to get to the Super Bowl. Yes, the ribs did look very good. Mouth-watering. Where did you get them from? Did you guys just get them from a restaurant, a deli? Was there a specific place that you got them from? But they look good. Ribs are one of my favorite things. Like if I had a choice between like chicken, fried chicken, which I love, or, any type of grilled chicken, whatever, but I would rather go riblets or ribs any day. I like ribs like at the top. I love burgers a lot. I like, tacos and I like pizza, but ribs for me are up at the top for sure. I like pulled pork sandwiches a lot too. Right. But also, too, if Tony Khan was like Vince, then Wardlow, I mean, they're trying to build him up like Goldberg. And then they also have Lance Archer, who's built like a fucking tank. But those guys don't have the belts. You want to have the guys that have the belts that are the best, whether that be Adam Cole, Bebe, Kenny Omega, Bryan Danielson, Moxley. Like, they can give a guy that might be intercontinental build, the top spot. It doesn't have to be the guy that's the most buff. You know what I mean? That's the problem, is that Vince is like in the past. He's only catering to little kids. And who are buying the tickets? Who are buying the shirts? Who are buying the belts? Motherfuckers like me. You know what I mean? We're the ones that are holding shit down for the ratings. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily these little kids. You know what I mean? And it is what it is, but I don't think Vince will ever learn, just like Jerry Jones. And that's why the Cowboys and WWE will be trash forever. Patrick was. Well, he's athletic. Josh was terrible. So he got a screw job because Josh Allen sucks at golf. Yeah. Well, they're building him like Goldberg because they did the feud, with Wardlow, and he's got like the security. Now he's fighting jobbers, and they're trying to make him untouchable. And then they have the MJF feud or whatever. But Wardlow is built like he could be a champion. Same thing with Lance Archer. Those guys are built like, like a Roman Reigns, like a big guy. But Wardlow is the 2022 Goldberg with no belt. So is this the first time that you've actually watched AEW, Lenny D? I know you are more of a WWE guy. Jameis Ameza in the building. What to do? I've been waiting on you, brother. So Sarah went to sleep hours ago. We're only sitting at $8 in donos, but you want to take over for me so that way I don't have to do it? I know you're probably going to be in the room. I assume you're going to be hanging out with me for the next 2, 3, 4 hours. But if you could do that for me, I would greatly appreciate it. It's just better than me fucking typing it in and doing that. So Gerald, Black and Gold Light Toes, what to do? How are you, brother? I'm just watching AEW right now and talked a little bit about Madden, obviously being on the cover of his own video game, well-deserved. Rest in peace, Marion Barber III, passed away today, and rest in peace, Jeff Gladney and a girlfriend who died a couple days ago. CM Punk, MJF, though. was amazing. Amazing promo today. Okay, Odins, I love you and I appreciate you. Thanks for the $5 donation. Like I said, any amount of dollars always helps, so thank you, man. All right, thanks, Jameson. Appreciate you. Yeah, so this is the last one. We're at 8. So still early. We're 2 hours and 25 minutes in, so. I mean, obviously, a lot of these things, like Tony Dungy said, don't be out past, midnight. If you're drinking, you're doing drugs, and sometimes, when people drink and do drugs and they party, I mean, you're driving your vehicle and, sometimes accidents fucking happen. Just sad. Or, you have CTE maybe, or you have depression or anxiety, or you OD. I mean, we don't really know about Marion Barber yet, but I know the Gladney thing, they were speeding and they got in that wreck, and they probably were, I would assume, under the influence and stuff, because they had clips of them at the club prior to going home or on the way home, and both of them passed away. Super sad.
Dan, what are your thoughts about this matchup?
Do you like Dante Martin or not?
Thank you, Gerald. World is a tough place right now. That's why, on top of that, and I haven't really talked about it besides early on, but we had the Texas shooting last week that gave me depression and anxiety. Today, there was a shooting in a hospital, like in Oklahoma. 4 people died, I think, and then the shooter killed himself. Then there was another thing in Pennsylvania at a school, and then another shooting at a school in LA. 3 separate shootings. I mean, can we stop it with this? It's not a cool thing, I mean, to be, trying to injure people or injure yourself just to get some clout and to be on, like, social media for a day. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just so crazy now. And we got to stop selling all these AR-15s and guns. And one sickening thing I did see on my Twitter timeline, they showed like this Caucasian, like older dude and this like girl and this young boy. And they literally had like 200 guns stacked up, AR-15, shotguns, handguns, all scattered on the back deck. Who the hell needs 200 fucking guns? You know what I mean? It's just fucking sickening, man. It's one thing to be like a hunter and to do things like recreationally, but there's no fucking reason to have 200 fucking guns. Dr. Brett Baker, DMD. Gerald, love you. Appreciate you, brother. Yes. We can roughly say that's $10 in donos. Thank you, Gerald. Appreciate you. Saints fan in the building that I actually like Elliot Evans and Calvin Griffin and a few others, and Amber. I mean, there's a few Saints fans that I truly do love. Appreciate you, dude. Bang, bang. Thank you, man. Gerald with the RKO, $2. Thank you, bro. All right, so that puts us at $10. $10, baby. Thank you, Holly. Holly stepping up for the cause. $25 dono. Thank you so much. Sometimes we start off a little slow. I know we'll get Cyberpunk in the building a little bit later. So now that puts us at $35. $35.
Tonight. Well, you can see that Tony Storm has plenty of problems with Jamie Hayter, and everyone has problems with Britt Baker, but she's red hot right now, guys. She's the queen of hearts here now. And Adam Cole, the power couple, the king and the queen.
Thank you, Holly. Bang, 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 bang. Appreciate you so much. Always stepping up and supporting the channel. I don't know what I would do without you. I mean, you and Cyberpunk and all the people that just support me on just like a daily basis. Thank you so much. Slang those Hondas, boy. Yeah, the publicity for the criminals, yeah, for sure. But as soon as there's like a shooting or some kind of crime, what do they have? Their 5 seconds of fame, and then 3 days later, a week later, 2 weeks later, then it's on to the next guy or the next girl or whatever. So But I think so we had normally we'll have like the Caucasian people shooting up the schools. Then we had the Latino kid in Texas that shot the school up, and I think it was a brother that shot up the hospital, was trying to kill a doctor, killed 4 people, then killed himself, and I don't know if he ended up killing the doctor. I don't like to usually go into too many details, but I am a fanatic in reading and film and everything, so I want to be able to keep up on news. But yeah, I was just blown away that we had 3 separate incidents today. It's like, good Lord, can we just have a day when we don't have anybody killing each other? It's just like, fuck. Yeah, I know AEW is trying to. But to me, the only real, I mean, you got, a few ladies in here that are pretty good, but the only one that I think that's got superstar status is Dr. Britt Baker to me. So thank you, Holly. What's up, Ryan? I told you what it was, bro. I told you can have the power index tell you what's going to happen, but be happy that you guys got there. Maybe you'll get Ayton next year. It is possible, that you guys win because you're in the finals, but don't be surprised if you guys drop it in 6. You know what I mean? Like, if it was anybody but the Warriors, I would say Boston will probably win. You know what I mean? But especially if it was like the Mavericks or, the Grizzlies or any fucking the Suns, I would take Boston in any scenario besides Golden State. So, but you never know. We'll see what happens. We'll see if my ESP is right. But there's too many X factors for me personally, and I'm not wrong often. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to championship, Super Bowls, Natties, college basketball championships, as well as the NBA. So, but hey, good luck. I hope it works out for you. But in reality, I don't see you guys winning it. I think you guys are a very good team, but there's a couple pieces that are missing. You know what I mean? And you can tell when you had Rondo and you had Paul Pierce and you had Garnett, you had Kendrick Perkins, you had the whole squad, right? You knew it, you felt it, that could be a championship worthy team, right? Right? You know what I mean? But with this team, it doesn't feel the same to me. And if you're a Celtic fan, and if you actually think about it, and there's something missing. Bench play, another starter that can score. You know what I mean? But you got to think if Jaylen Brown or Marcus Smart, don't get scoring, you can't rely on Tatum throwing up 50 every game. That's not me just trying to bring you down or whatever. I'm just trying to be real. But I do think that the Celtics will come out hot in the first half. I think that they will come out hot, and Warriors might be a little rusty, just from the time off. But as the Warriors are a second half team, so. Yeah, I think you were mentioning that. So you got to crawl before you walk, man. You know what I mean? It's been a while since you've been there. And another tidbit, okay? For the ESP, every year that Kendrick Lamar has dropped an album, guess who's won? The Golden State Warriors. Who dropped an album this year? Kendrick Lamar. Who's winning the championship this year? The Warriors. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Yes. So she actually is a dentist, and that's what makes it so cool. So she's been she had 8 years of school, right? And she had no mic experience. She's dating Adam Cole, who's one of the premier superstars that was in WWE that just came over. And there are a couple, right? He taught her how to talk smack on the mic, and she's very, very good in the ring for being someone that's a little bit raw, and she actually does dentistry work during the day and then does the wrestling thing at night. So yeah, she's actually full-time DMD in real life, like not just like the title, but she really is a dentist, and she's a professional wrestler. Coolest thing ever. You know what I mean? She's got a lot of loans and stuff that she's got to pay off, but she is a superstar. And if she was in WWE, she would be a superstar there too. I like her. Yeah, I've never seen something that was like that, but she did 8 years of school. You know what I mean? She's got shitloads of debt, so I get it. You know what I mean? And she's going to continue to do the dentistry stuff, and she's going to do the wrestling thing, until she decides that, it's time to, be a wrestler and not a dentist that used to be a wrestler. You know what I mean? But she's got work ethic, and I respect the hell out of her. And her mic skills are better than a lot of girls that have been doing wrestling for 10, 15 years. Like, her mic skills are phenomenal. But Adam Cole, her boyfriend, who's one of the best on the mic and in the ring also, is very, very good. He's top 5, I think, in the ring and on the mic right now. And so he kind of groomed her on like how to talk. And I imagine they probably practice at home. You know what I mean? Like, hey, do it like this, say it like this, pause like this, have this kind of tonality here. And she's amazing. I mean, she's out of all the female wrestlers, she is by far the best in AEW. And she might be actually my favorite. I mean, I like Bianca Belair. I like Charlotte Flair. I like Sasha Banks, but I do like Dr. Britt Baker. Adam Cole, baby. Right. And another reason I'm worried about the Celtics too, even though I knew they would get there with the number 1 defense, right, is that, like you said, if the Miami Heat were full strength, you wouldn't even have won that Game 7 on the road. You were kind of blessed that they were injured. You know what I mean? Now, if the Celtics were winning every game by like 15, then it's a different story. But I'm rooting for you guys to play well. But I have no benefit for Boston winning or Golden State. But I don't see Boston winning this year. But if you get Ayton and you can build the squad, I think that you guys could get back next year or the year after. I think Boston and Golden State are doing it the right way. They're building through the draft and within. And if you went and looked, when they gave up, they gave up Garnett and Paul Pierce, and they gave up all those picks. They gave up all those players to get the picks. It turned into Jaylen Brown and Tatum. And I like the way that Boston runs their squad. It's ideally what you want to have as an NBA team, the way that Golden State and Boston run their squads and run their teams and organizations. That's facts. Yeah, I'm excited. I'll be streaming tomorrow, man. I streamed yesterday for 6 hours and 30 minutes, bro. So, yeah, I'm grinding, dude. I'm hustling and I'm grinding, baby. All right, get some sleep and hop in the stream tomorrow for the Celtics and the Warriors. I'll be live. I'll be live, baby. Let's go. Shep, my boy. How are you? I messaged obviously Chief Will Chief and Shep and a few people just to check in. Good to see you. I know you've been busy like a mofo. My boy Shep. My boy. What to do, bro? Ryan was in the building too. He's a big Celtics fan. I hate to tell you though, it's not happening. My ESP, I mean, like I said, I got Kansas to win. You know what I mean? I had the Rams winning. I haven't got a Super Bowl winner wrong in a long time. It's just, maybe next year or the year after, but you don't got enough. And even though that they've won a lot against Golden State, but this Golden State team is different. I mean, if they didn't have Steph, that's one thing. If they didn't have Clay, if they didn't have Draymond, Jordan Poole, Wiggins, Kerr, experience, they're going to be good. But I got Golden State in 6. But I do respect and admire Boston for being a defensive first kind of team. I love that because I'm a defensive guy. So I love, but it's just you're going against one of the most prolific offenses of all time. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like when Shaq and Kobe were playing, you knew they were going to win. When Golden State, usually plays, they're going to win when they're full strength. And the only reason they've been shitty the last couple of years is because Clay's been hurt. So good to hear, bro. Yeah, and also, too, the Celtics didn't do themselves any favors doing 7-game series. They're going to be way too tired, bro. Go back and look at history and the stats. When teams do multiple game 7s, they're fucked in the finals, dude. And this team is great. I predicted Celtics Warriors before the playoffs started, right? But, I mean, this team is like a super team that you're going against. And again, Kendrick Lamar's album dropped, and every time Kendrick Lamar drops an album, the Warriors win the championship. Go back and look. Every year, Kendrick has dropped an album, right? And this is going to be his 4th one, and he dropped it this year. So you already know. The prophet has spoken. Your boy with the ESP. That chicken at Popeyes. Yeah, but you can't get it all. You know what I mean? You don't want to be greedy, right? You got Georgia and you got the Braves, right? But how many championships are you going to be? Are you going to be able to have all your teams? At some point, someone's got to lose. You got to crawl before you walk. And the thing is they'll be back. And maybe you guys get Ayton. And if you guys get Ayton, you guys can maybe, go over the top. But when I look at this team, it's something is missing. And for a fact, if Marcus Smart or Jaylen Brown struggle in a game, you're fucked. Tatum cannot score 50 every game. You know what I'm saying? They really rely on him a lot, but then they need Marcus Smart and Jaylen Brown to play well. And I'm not sure if they're going to play well every single game. And they're not going to play as good on the road. We know Boston's going to play great at home, but you know what I mean? We know here they're going to play great. But what about when you're in Golden State? When you're there, it's not going to be the same environment, man. This is one of the harshest environments to play. And when they get rolling, you are not going to come back. You could have a 15-point lead on Golden State. They'll erase it in 2 minutes. I mean, there's no other team in basketball that can erase a lead quicker than Golden State. That's facts. And then MVP more than likely will be him. And if they, shut him down, then it will be him. Tatum's great. Trust me. He's a superstar now. But, they just need something a little bit better than Jaylen Brown and Marcus Smart. You know what I mean? It's like you got Steph, you got Clay, you got Draymond, you got Wiggins, you got Jordan Poole, you got Tatum. Marcus Smart's Defensive Player of the Year, but he's not consistent. And Jaylen Brown has really stepped up, and he's a lot better of a scorer. He's more consistent than Marcus Smart. But, I mean, after those three guys, who are you going to rely on? Peyton Pritchard from Oregon? I mean, there's just too many holes to me. But I'm hoping that you guys play good, though. Your role players are going to be very crucial, and I think that the role players for Golden State are better. You know what I mean? Wiggins and Jordan Poole are better than any role players that you guys have on your team because those guys can throw up 20. I mean, who do you have that can literally throw up 20 besides Peyton Pritchard, honestly? You know what I mean? And Pritchard might not get a whole lot of playing time, so. Yeah, but he's been a Laker fan for a long time, since like the 80s and 90s. So at least you can respect that, you know what I mean? It's not like someone that just hopped on the Laker bandwagon. So how's work been, Shep? That's why we talked about you last night in the stream, and Chief, I haven't seen him in the building for a little bit as well, but just wanted to check up, on my goats, making sure that they're okay. And I figured you were just working a lot. Mental health, it's tough sometimes, you know what I mean? But we have to rely on each other to pull each other up. So that way that, when life gets tough, you know what I mean? We can come here and, we can maybe have a bad day or have some struggles, you know what I mean? But after the stream is over, you can feel good about things. All right, time for another beer. Time for a mango, baby. All right, I'm back. Oh, we got Moxley in the main event? Fuck yeah. Love me some Moxley. I'm a big John Moxley guy, if you guys didn't already know.
This one needs a nap. Looks terrible. So Macaulay Culkin is ooh, he's home alone. Yeah, you're alone. No, I'm really happy tonight. Can't wait to see you. What are you going to look like with a bald head, Chris? Well, that's going to be interesting. Let's watch this match. When you wear a suit, Chris.
Love me some Mox. Big signing like Bryan Danielson was. And I always like Seth Rollins and Dean Ambrose more than Roman. You know what I mean? This is a big, big signing for AEW a few years ago. Where have you traveled? I mean, since last time we talked, I feel I haven't talked to you in like a fucking long time. Like, where have you did the Puerto Rico thing, or are you like just in like the South, like Orlando? Like, what's been going on, bro?
United Center in Chicago, Illinois. Now back here, the sold-out fabulous King Forum in Los Angeles once again in the main event. Sure, you want to go to blood and guts against a guy like Eddie Kingston? Yes.
Let's go.
Exactly what I want to know, Mr. Jericho. Are you sure you want to go into blood and guts? There are 10 men on this planet who are going to blood and guts. I'm one of them. RJ Hager's one of them. We understand just how violent and dangerous this is. I'm kind of sick of Eddie Kingston's hot air trying to burn me alive. That's the move. Anyone who tries to burn another man is a coward.
Let's go. Garcia and Moxley going at it. Okay. Love me some Moxley. But I'm glad that you stopped by in the room, brother. Yeah, I'm just hustling. I'm grinding. Yeah, 6 hours and 30 minutes last night. But, I mean, like I said, it just depends on who's in the room. You know, if I have Holly in the room and certain people, like, I already know I can have great conversations and time kind of flies, you know. You just got to be able to have people that are going to be active, you know, on the keyboard and, you know, have interesting things to talk about. And we just vibe and we just hang out. But tomorrow will be fun. Warriors, Celtics tomorrow. And we got the Avalanche and Edmonton Oilers game 2, which will be awesome. Thank you, Holly. Yeah, I will do that. I mean, I'm going to stream just like I normally do late at night, but let's see. I think the game starts at 5, I would assume. So, I mean, I guess I'll just start a little bit earlier if I can, as long as the girlfriend is out of the studio, and then I'll just keep streaming until like midnight probably and do like a 7-hour stream. The game's at 6. So from 6 o'clock, so I'll be streaming an hour early. So maybe from 6 p.m. to midnight, maybe tomorrow or whatever. So 6 p.m. the game is starting. Oh, John Moxley's bleeding on his head. Oh, he's busted open. Thank you, Holly. Appreciate you. We'll see if we get Cyberpunk in here in like an hour or so, or maybe sooner. Thank you so much. Bang, bang. Appreciate you very, very much. The key contributor to the channel, Holly Hundo. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Oh! $10. Odin Sun sent me a Justin Ross YouTube thing. Did you watch that yet, Holly? He sent it to me on Twitter. I imagine you've watched it because, I mean, anyone that's Chiefs Kingdom is probably watching a lot of that stuff. But he sent me the video, Justin Ross, learn about Chiefs wide receiver Justin Ross, and it's on YouTube. Have you watched it already? Oh, of course you can get the Space Kitty. Anything for you. Of course. Or I can put Victor on splooting. Sploot. We'll get this first, though. Yeah. Still can't believe you met him. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Space Kitty. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Look at your boy. Puerto Rico, Canada, then Long Beach, Cali, Virginia, Phoenix, and now Orlando. Wow. Busy dude. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. You don't have to. Wrestling's almost over. So, I mean, we can pretty much talk. I mean, the only time I really get invested in wrestling is on Wednesday nights, just because that's Dynamite is their main show. Rampage is on Friday. It's only an hour. Sometimes it's on at a different time. So it's totally okay. But we can talk NFL, college football, Chiefs. We can talk pretty much about anything. I just get a little distracted with the AEW. It's normally on from 5 to 7 for people on the Midwest and the East Coast, but we get it here on Oregon from 8 to 10. So, I got 5 more minutes left, but no worries. I don't expect everyone to be a wrestling pro. Was that the one-handed backwards catch? I don't know. I haven't fully finished watching the Justin Ross, but I know Odin Sun sent me the link. Let me click on it right now. Hold on. No, I don't think it was just this one's a minute 3. It's from actually the Chiefs. It says learn about wide receiver Justin Ross, meet the undrafted free agents. Came out 10 hours ago. So it shows like a lot of Clemson stuff and then him in a brown hoodie talking. I could send it to you if you haven't seen it yet. $45. Let's get to $100, baby. Yes, I did see that because Myles Garrett posted with the AJ Terrell photo, and I was like, yes, I talked about it last night, and I talked about you. I thought I was trying to find the photo of it. Let me see if I can find it. I know I saw it on Twitter or whatever. I don't know if it was Myles Garrett or a Myles Garrett parody account, but yeah, I think they should do the red helmets for sure.
This is why a blood and guts match has to happen. This is violence and viciousness on both sides. Not only that, this Friday night,
209. Hold up. I think that would give a lot of swag, and you know what I mean, for a team that's probably going to finish in last in the South, but to at least have some kind of excitement. I like it, dude. I think you guys should rock that permanently. All right, hold up. I'm going to find it here. It's not the actual AJ photo that I found, but this is just, they had some reactions on it, but I think they should wear it all the time. I love this look, dude. Dude, if you want to bring back the swag from the Steve Bartkowski days, the Dion days, the red helmet should be a permanent fixture. You guys should be wearing red helmet with white, red helmet with black, and red helmet with red jersey. You know what I mean? Red, red, red. Just, not that you have to be gang colored or whatever, but I think it looks awesome. You know what I mean? You got to be able to branch out and rebrand yourself. And I love the red helmet, man. Love it. And there's not too many things that I love. This is one of them that I really do love, though. Yeah, let me send it to you. Is it going to let me send it to you?
This is the kind of competition that makes me proud to be in pro wrestling. That's what all we see in AEW. Makes me proud to be a sports entertainer. What are you talking about? Remember that Bulldog show? That's how Moxley defeated Garcia in their first main event matchup. Oh, God. All right, it's now Young Bucks versus who? It's the Young Bucks versus the Lucha Bros Friday night live in Ontario. And we are in overtime. We are past the time. And we're sticking with it here. Let's try it again. Stride's going crazy. I'm going crazy. Come on, Daddy. And Moxley, after splashing Garcia into the table. Where's he going? Is he with Bolton to the ring? John Moxley, he's lost his mind. And his hair. He's lost his eye. Garcia. Where's Moxley from all the ring? Eddie. Oh, God, Eddie just paradise shifted. Kingston going after Jericho inside the ring. The Bulldog John. Garcia. Oh, he's close.
All right, I just tweeted it, and then I sent you the thing there on Twitter. I didn't do a DM. I just sent it. I just tweeted it, and I tagged you in it, so you can end up watching that. It's always cool to get to know your guys. It looks like they put out quite a few different videos and whatnot. Oh yeah, I don't think that was a work though. That to me, you know what I mean. That was like the CM Punk pipe bomb thing. I mean, you're pretty much telling, I want you to fire me, fuck you, to Tony Khan. I mean, even CM Punk didn't say fuck you, Vince McMahon. They definitely turned his microphone off, and he wants more money. I mean, this is something that has been going on. You know what I mean? That was not, I don't think, a fake thing. I think that was like legit. I think he's pissed. So. Yeah, Westbrook sucks. Yeah, I sent it to you. I like I said, I tagged you in it, and it's on Twitter. So if you just check your notifications or whatever on Twitter, you'll be able to see the video. I got you. There you go. And thank you for retweeting my stream. I appreciate that. I usually have only a few people that do that. I got you. No problem. Yeah, I think they should wear it permanently. You know what I mean? No problem. Anything for you guys? Yeah, but I mean, dude, look at it. I mean, if your team isn't going to be, as good as you want, and obviously Ridley with the whole, gambling thing, but things that you do got going for you. You got Ritter. I like him. Right. And you got Kyle Pitts. I like him. And I like AJ Terrell. I mean, you at least have some pieces, cornerstones to your team. It's going to be a while before you're good, but you know what I mean? All right. Now there's a cartoon that I can definitely skip. American Dad. I'm not doing it. Sorry. All right. I got to find something to watch. I think the Natty is on. I already watched the Orioles beat the brakes off my Mariners, which was sad. Let's go here. The Natty is on. Fuck yeah. I watched the SEC championship last night. So we got Georgia and Alabama on SEC Network. Yes, please. And then we got NFL football also. Ooh, what do we got? Chiefs and Eagles from October 3rd. Yes, please. Let's watch that. Yes. Chiefs and Eagles. Week 4. Chiefs 14, Eagles 10. 5:35 left in the second quarter. Awesome. I always like it when they show some football, let alone I get the Eagles and Chiefs, 2 teams I like watching and rooting for. Love it. Let's go. it might be time for a gummy. It might be gummy time. We're almost at that 3-hour mark. Usually that's the key time for me. Let's go. You remember it? On the road in Philly, too. Maybe that had something to do with it. Oh, yeah. Edwards is good. But obviously, Calvin Ridley, that was unfortunate. But, I mean, to me, A.J. Terrell's top 5 corner. You got Pitts, who's probably a top 5, top 6 tight end. And he might climb in, into that top 5 category, right? And I like Ritter. I think that he's going to be like your Matt Ryan of the future. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think he's going to be really good for you guys. It's going to take some time, to be able to, get the offensive line and the running backs and the defense going and the coaching. But, I mean, to have at least a couple cornerstone pieces, Mariota temporarily mentoring Desmond Ritter. You got Ritter. I like him. A.J. Terrell, love him. And then you got Pitts. So you just got to keep building. You know what I mean? But, yeah. Maybe you got to do a petition to be like, wear these. And the one photo, though, they had the red jerseys and the red helmet, which looked incredible. But I can't find it. I think it was on Twitter and maybe on a Bunk Myles Garrett account or something. Are the Chiefs good? Right. Still early on. It's week 4. Yeah, well, he already did a workout already, but he's not coming back. I mean, he's already been out of the league way too long. Raiders. I mean, you can have all these people, for publicity or whatever, but yeah, he's not going to play football ever again. Oh, yeah. I love the old school Oiler helmets and whatnot. Absolutely. All right, I'm done. Oh, my back. I'm done charging up my keyboard so that way I don't have to have it on my lap. All right, so we got Chiefs and then we got Eagles and I also got the Natty. But I'm going to watch this football. This was on earlier today, I believe, but I didn't watch all of it. Shotgun set, Hurts scrambling to his right. What happened to my hands? Greg Ward Jr. with the drop. AJ's like, I mean, to be like top 5 though, you know what I mean? Like he kind of came out of nowhere. Like, he started playing pretty well and now everyone pretty much knows his name. And if you don't, you will. So, I mean, it's not very often where all of a sudden you get a guy and then he turns into a top 10 or top 5 corner, Like that's the guy I would buy a jersey of. If I was buying a jersey of anybody on Atlanta, that's the jersey I would buy. The AJ Terrell for sure. 14-10, Hurts, screen pass, sit down. Oh, missed tackle. All right, we got Chiefs, we got Eagles. I got the Natty also. Georgia and Alabama. That was a great Natty too. And not a whole lot of news going on. We're 3 hours in. Madden obviously got on the cover of his own video game. Deservedly so. Rest in peace, Madden. And then Marion Barber, the third, passed away today. Jeff Gladney a couple days ago. Tomorrow, we're going to end up having, hopefully, an epic NBA Finals. But I have a feeling that some of the games are going to be really big blowouts. Warriors are just on another level. Hurts, incomplete. Gosh, it's been a while where I've actually been able to enjoy a game. And they're playing the whole game. And then after this game is what? Buffalo and the Chiefs and the divisional. Okay. So at least there's back-to-back games. I mean, something for me to watch. I mean, besides the Natty, which is, I think, half over. Big facts. Oh, yeah. Well, Deion Jones was one of those like underrated linebackers, kind of like Levante David, but you didn't really do a lot of like help supporting cast wise, and he's been injured a lot, and it just seems like he can't really stay healthy. And Jarrett is one of those other guys. I mean, Jones and Jarrett, they don't really stay healthy enough for be productive. So I mean, at some point, both of those guys will probably be gone because you probably just want to blow it up and rebuild. You know what I mean? Because obviously it's Pitts, Ritter, and AJ Terrell. That's kind of the cornerstone of your team right now. Yeah. I mean, obviously it could have been like a Jonathan Taylor, based off the season that he had. But when Madden dies, of course he's got to be on the fucking cover, right? And they have multiple covers. I had a post on my Facebook or whatever where I saw the other alternate covers, but there's going to be like 2 or 3 alternate Madden covers. I tried finding it on here, but I found like the main one, and obviously I want to try to get the size right, and obviously some of them are just too blurry and it doesn't look good. But I remember memories when Madden 95 on Genesis when I was 13 at my buddy Jake's house, Madden 98 on the PlayStation, and then Madden 2001 when it came out on PS2. I remember waiting at an electronics store for like 3 hours in the middle of the night, and they had I think 20 PlayStation 2s, and I was number 20, and there was hundreds of people behind me. And I got a PlayStation and that Madden 2001. And oh my God, I can't even tell you how many times I played that. Great, great memories. And I think they had like Good Charlotte on the album. All kinds of just old school songs. I remember just like in the background playing that Madden 2001. And it's just crazy. Just remember all those memories of playing video games. I wish I could do video games again, but your boy's too busy. Too much reading, too much film study. Too much dedication to this channel. But one day I will. And maybe I could even do a channel off of it. I could definitely do a YouTube or Twitch channel. I know people would want to play me and people would want to watch me play, but all right. 14-13 Chiefs. Chiefs are 1-2. Eagles are 1-2. 392 yards, 5 red zone drives, 0 punts. I get to see Mahomes now. Madden on the 64. I do too. I mean, I was playing Madden on like Genesis, like when it first came out. Like, let me see if I have. Here, hold on. I think I have it. I can post it on Twitter, and then I can. All right, hold on. I'm going to post something on Twitter, and then I'm going to bring the post over. Hold on. FUO. All right, check this out. This is all like the Madden covers. Oh, that's a pretty cool little graphic. So look at the Madden stuff at the top. Like I played the first one at the top left, the second one, the third one, Madden 92. But when it really started to get better, it was like Madden 95, like 94, 95. 95 was, they had like the names and everything. And, the graphics were a little bit better. Then 97 got better. 98 was very memorable. And then 99, 2000, that's where like the 64 days around that time. And then obviously Madden 2001, that was PlayStation 2. And you can see there. And I own most of these Maddens, except for like the ones on the top row. But most of these Maddens I owned. Pretty sweet. But I mean, if you played Madden, Madden sucks compared to college football. I always thought NCAA football was a lot funner for me. The gameplay was faster. Just the camaraderie with the band music, and I could put the names in of the players. like on the PlayStation, and then the announcer would say it as long as it wasn't like a crazy last name. So it's like if you ended up putting like Joey Harrington, it would say like Harrington drops back, but you had to put the name in yourself. But it had the names recognized in the old NCAA football games back in the day, which was really cool. But I always liked NCAA football a lot more than Madden. Madden was a little too slow. You had to do your, running game, and it was harder to run and harder to pass. They wanted to make it realistic, I get, but as far as like gameplay, I just enjoyed the college football one, NCAA football, and it's coming back pretty soon, so I'm going to be excited about that. Madden 99, I think you're right too. Oh yeah, Madden on Sega, bro. Madden 95, that was the one that me and Jake Rosenberg we would sit on the bed, of his parents there, because he, for whatever reason, I don't know if his mom didn't want him playing video games too much. So for whatever reason, the Sega was in his parents' room, and we'd be at the edge of the bed, and we just like screaming at the TV, like playing fucking John Madden 95. This was like when we were 13, you know what I mean? And maybe because he didn't have a TV in his room, I think that's what it was. And then his sister was older, and the sister was always on the TV in the living room. So I think that's why that the Sega was in there. But NBA Live 95 and Madden 95, NHL 94, NHL 95, a lot of memories in that 94-95 season with the Sega stuff. 12, 13 years old, 6th, 7th grade. Yeah, pretty fucking amazing times, dude. $45. Let's get to a hundo, baby. And I assume we'll end up getting, hopefully, Cyberpunk. Maybe we'll be in the building at some point. And maybe we'll get a few other goats, just kind of browsing on their phones. And like, oh, Orion is online. So I just got to keep grinding, and I got to keep hustling, baby. Beast mode. Dion. Ooh. Throwback. Love me some Dion. Dion, it might be, out of all the defensive players, I got Derek Brooks, and I got Devin White, but Dion might be my favorite. You know what I mean? Like out of my 5 classic players that I love that aren't Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Barry Sanders, Bo Jackson, and then the one defensive player, Dion. But Dion on the Niners, no disrespect to the Cowboys, Falcons, Ravens, or Florida State, but that Dion in 94, there has never been anybody on planet Earth that had more swag than Dion in the Niners. The do-rag, the socks, the jersey, nothing cooler than that, man. That was my dude. And honestly, if he didn't jump ship to the Cowboys in 95, I might be a 49er fan, because that was the team I rooted for as a kid, but I didn't want to hop on the 5 Super Bowl championships and be like, oh, this is my team. But I also thought they weren't going to win again. And I was right. You know what I mean? They haven't won since. And they didn't really have, the Bill Walsh, the Seifert, the Joe Montana, the Steve Young. I knew that shit was going to end. And it seemed like they already had their heyday. You know what I mean? And they didn't have defensive guys that I really liked. They had Romanowski, you know what I mean? But they didn't really have the guys besides Dion. Yeah, they had, and then down the road they had Patrick Willis that I really liked, and Navarro Bowman and whatever. But I fell in love with Derek Brooks and Warren Sapp and John Lynch and Allstott, and that was a better fit. But I was right. I had a feeling. I was like, okay, in 94 when Steve Young got the monkey off his back, I was like, they're going to win the Super Bowl against the Chargers, and they're never going to win ever again. And they haven't won since then. They've gotten to the big game a couple times, but they haven't. It's hard to replicate Joe Montana and Steve Young. That's facts. But this guy suits my personality a little bit more, as well as the GOATs, Sapp and Brooks. Those are exactly the guys that define me and my personality. Hard-hitting, decleating, little shit-talking, but they back it up, and just amazing athletes. John Lynch, Rondé Barber, Simeon Rice. Just those defensive guys. Ultimately, almost 5 Hall of Famers on defense. How do you win against a team like that? Simeon isn't going to get in, but he's borderline. But Brooks, Sapp, Rondé, and Lynch will be in. Simeon is borderline, and Allstott, obviously, we already know he's a Hall of Famer. Oh, yes. NBA Jam, Mortal Kombat. Earthworm Jim, Echo the Dolphin, Sonic the Hedgehog. I did see a new Sonic clip That looked fucking insane. Oh yeah, Joe Dirt is great. I actually saw a couple of Joe Dirt like shirts like based off like 4th of July and like kind of like parody shirts about him going over like all the different firecrackers and whatnot. I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool shirt. Yeah, Joe Dirt is one of my favorite movies of all time. I just like stuff that's going to make me laugh. That's why I always like to put people on here that always put a smile on my face. So I'm always going to put, Spade and Farley. I mean, I love these guys. That's why I showcase them so much, No one else is going to show them off on YouTube or Twitch, you know what I mean? They're kind of forgotten people, you know what I mean? They don't really get talked about anymore, and it's my obligation to be able to bring them out into the limelight. Lots of laughter. All right, shotgun set, Mahomes, hands off. Good tackle by the Eagles. Bubble Boy, absolutely. I do remember that movie. I mean, I am an old head, remember. I'm born in 82, so I'm old as hell. Shout out to the GOATs. 3 hours and 15 minutes in. And hopefully we'll get a few other people that maybe drop in or hang out. You know what I mean? But I'm still grinding it out, so I'm nowhere near being done yet. I'll go for at least another hour and 45 minutes to make it a clean 5 hours. And hopefully by that point, we'll have some more people in the room, or hopefully we'll be at least a hundo, hopefully. But if not, oh well. But I'm still hustling and grinding, man. Jody Fortson, touchdown, Chiefs. Probably just because I threw up the picture of Joe Dirt. Because I have a Joe Dirt picture, Jameson, that I throw up on the channel pretty often. That's probably why he's saying that. I mean, I got thousands of pictures that I, go through. I don't show 1,000 in a show, but I got a David Spade picture that has a classic photo from the movie. There you go. It's that ESP, brother. I wonder where Cyberpunk is. I imagine he'll be stopping in at some point, saying what's up. But I appreciate every single one of y'all. Love you. Appreciate you. Hope everyone is doing well. Hopefully not a lot of people are struggling with this, and I look forward to hanging out with you guys, just like I look forward to watching certain shows later on at night and just spending time with the GOATs. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Love you. And I appreciate you guys. All the GOATs in the building.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, hoops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken.
Yeah, I wish, Jameson, you didn't have I wish I could just give you my eyeballs. You know what I mean? That way that you would be able to see all the different photos and GIFs that I put on in a show, because obviously with your eye condition. But I probably throw up, in a stream, hundreds of photos and GIFs throughout the stream. It's not just me talking. I wish I would be able just to give you my eyeballs so you'd be able to see all the hard work that I put in with all the different photos and how the photos tell a story and whatnot. Give you my eyeballs in a heartbeat, brother. Because obviously pictures are a big part of the stream. Definitely can tell a story for sure.
If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers did the whole golf thing. I didn't watch it. No interest really in it. Holly started to watch this. I know this is a little bit dark. You know what I mean? It's not like Stranger Things and stuff, but maybe after all the shootings and all the bullshit happens across the United States, you get some time to watch it. I really enjoy it, though. I mean, Ozark is a very, very good show. I've watched it from the beginning, but I guess it just depends on, your mood and personality and what you want to watch at the time, though.
Training coaches and creating game types for every body. When your kids are ready to find their place in the game, visit USA Football's League Finder at findaLeague.com.
Celebrity Death Match. Yo Mama TV. The old school times. So what are you planning on doing, Shep? Like, you know what I mean? You have a couple days off. What are you planning? I mean, you're hanging out here with me, which is awesome, and I appreciate that. Are you gonna play video games? You're gonna go see a movie? What do you have planned? Do you have any kind of plans? To do anything fun, or go to an arcade, or go to the mall, or are you just gonna relax at your house and just chill? Or are you at your home now, or are you out of town still? 21-13 Chiefs. Well, I think he starts his shift around 6 or 7 p.m. and then he goes until like 6 a.m. So I think he's already been at work for a couple hours, but maybe he's busy. So, but I appreciate the people that are loyal, that stick with me. You know what I mean? It's not easy, grinding it out and streaming for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. You know what I mean? It's always good to feel that appreciation, All right, we got Chiefs and Eagles. Let me go do the Natty to see if it's still going on. Oh, it is. Let's go take a peek at this Natty. Oh, commercial. But I'll go back to it, though. I just like watching Georgia and Alabama football. Obviously, if you have Georgia, Alabama football, you're looking at, NFL players left and right for sure. Tiki bar, nice. Have you been eating good? What kind of food have you been eating? Anything like ribs or steaks, or what have you been munching on? Been getting any good tacos or certain types of foods that have attracted you, and the different places that you've gone? Anything has stood out? Daytona, okay. I figured that's what you meant. Oh, fumble off the referee's back. Fall on it, you idiot. Chris Jones. Bro, if I get you to come out here, dude, I can take you to that Sanchez Taqueria. Dude, your mind would be blown. It's like the best taco place. It's like 2 minutes from my house. It's the best place in Oregon for Mexican food. It's awesome. And then obviously, you got to go to the coast. You got to go to the beach, dude. And if you like seafood, like with clam chowder and shrimps and stuff, there's some fire places only about an hour and a half away from my place. It's awesome. All right, 21-13 halftime, Chiefs. And then let's go to the Natty. 19-18. Georgia lost in the SEC championship game, but they made up for it. You remember this game where I cut my finger on the line? My thumb was all fucking bleeding everywhere. I don't think I've been this excited for a Natty because you already knew it was going to be close. You know what I mean? Both teams were very good. It just seems like in most Natties, there's it's a blowout. Like if Ohio State's in it, they're going to blown out. But when it's two SEC teams, then you're like, okay. And they played each other in the SEC, championship game, and you lost. And we didn't know if you guys could do it. You know what I mean? We didn't know if Georgia could actually overcome. But now, as you look back and they had like 16 motherfuckers drafted from that team. We're like, okay, well, that's how you beat Alabama. You got to have as many NFL players as them or more. And you did it, man. One of the greatest Georgia teams ever, collectively. Yeah. I mean, some of the photos I bring up and the HD photos, though, I mean, shit, man, I'd give you one of my eyeballs, bro. You know what I mean? Just give you one. That's all you need. You don't even need two. I'll just give you one eyeball, and I got one. I got one good eyeball, and I'll give you my other one. All right? All the girls serve bikini dog. Uh-oh. Shep is like, well, it was like a Hooters, but better, huh? I imagine the girls were all incredibly good looking, I would assume. Boob jobs and all, probably, I would assume, right? I mean, especially if they're all wearing like bikinis and whatnot. What kind of food did they serve? Was it just like a bar, or what did they have? Like, what were they? Was it like a dance club, or was it just like food, or was it like sports bar? What was the theme of the location?
To get a quote today. I think you're going to talk to American Finance.
You're going to save $1,000 a month.
It's enough to send 4 kids to college. We have 4 kids? Oh, yeah. All at the same time. Start planning for your future today with American Finance.
Oh, yeah. Fuck, I did sacrifice my finger that night for sure. Puerto Rican. Puerto Rico. Lots of eye candy out there, I would assume. For sure. Yeah, but it's been a grind, man. Like I said, I went through a little bit of depression and anxiety. And then for whatever reason, last month wasn't as good on the dono side since January, February, March, April. Those months were really, really strong on the donos. And then in May, there was a pretty big drop off. I made probably like a third of what I normally make. So enough to pay my rent, obviously, for, next month and stuff. But I didn't really have a whole lot after that, so I don't know what it is. If people are just sort of busy, if we're just kind of like in that, dead zone just for summertime, and, people are, spending their time somewhere else or whatever. But I mean, I got to keep grinding. I mean, this is my full-time job. I have to keep pushing forward, and, and I don't need to be rich by any means. You know what I mean? And the reason why I hustle and grind, because I do enjoy hanging out with the goats and spending time and grinding it out. But I mean, I have I got bills to pay, and I got, things to do. So if that means I have to really work harder than anyone else out there, with the amount of people that I have in the room, because like I said, most people that have 20 people in the room or less, there's no way they can even do this full time. But I'm optimistic, you know what I mean? Like I said, hopefully it will ramp up a little bit, you know what I mean? And I've been very blessed, with the donos that we've had up to this point. But things are expensive. I think everyone knows that. I mean, like I don't even really drive too much, you know what I mean? With gas being $5-6 a gallon and whatnot. So Sport Bar Caribbean. Ooh, sounds awesome. Oh, I bet. Yeah, I got yeah. For real. Yeah, but like I said, I don't ever expect, a certain amount or whatever. I don't even know who's going to show up. You know what I mean? It's like YouTube still isn't helping me out. You know what I mean? So it just depends on the regulars that show up. And, you hope to get somewhere between 10 and 15 people. And, sometimes people are busy. And, I mean, obviously things will ramp up when, I do NFL games and whatnot. But no worries, dude. Like I said, if I didn't have, Cyberpunk and Holly, I mean, fuck, I'd be fucked. Like I would have to probably go get a part-time job. Like, and then, like I said, I don't need to make a shitload of money. You know what I mean? All I need to do is just pay my bills, pay my rent, and, just to be able to buy stuff for Paisley and just, food. And, I don't need to be like insanely rich from it. You know what I mean? But if I am doing it full time, it's like you hope to get, compensated to a certain degree, for all the hard work and energy I'm putting in. Because I'll tell you what, most people aren't fucking streaming from 4 to 8 hours a day, almost every day. You know what I mean? So But at least I'm not like, expecting this amount or this many people to show up or this many subs. I still need to fucking regain like 150 some subs to get back to 20K, which is, it is what it is. You know what I mean? So I still need to gain about 150 subs, 155. And, you just hope for more people in the room. Got to keep this pushing forward, stay positive, and, But, we had like Mr. Williams. Xavier Williams usually steps up pretty heavy for me. He bought an Xbox though, so obviously I assume that probably cost him like, $600, $700, $800, $900, $1,000, including games and controllers and stuff. But he's been holding it down. Cyber's been holding it down. Holly, so yeah. I just don't want to get to a point where I've been doing this full time since January. I don't want to have to get a job. I don't want to have to do a job and do this. I mean, I've already been grinding on this thing for fucking 10 years. I don't want to have to do even a part-time job. I want to, so I just got to keep faith. I just got to trust the gods, the sports gods, and God, Buddha, higher ups, that, hey, I have the work ethic. I have the passion. I have the energy. I have the connection. And you just got to, have faith that everything is just going to work out. Some days will be better than others, but you just can't lose hope and you can't lose faith. You know what I mean? I got the work ethic, and I've stepped my work ethic up even onto a whole nother level. Like I didn't even know that I was, I would be able to do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams. That's like bananas to me. You know what I mean? But I think if you love what you do and you enjoy the people that you're talking with, sometimes the time goes by quicker, Yeah, but no worries, dude. And obviously, you always have taken care of me. I still need to get you a jersey at some point. I need to get Xavier Williams, a couple Kobe or Magic Johnson throwback T-shirts. You guys are next. I always just try to make sure I take care of people. But honestly, even with all the donos that I get, some of it I get on Cash App, some of it, on the super chat, they take like 30, 35%, and I don't get it till next month. But a lot of it is, it's like if you have rent and then you have, cable, internet, food, bills, like, you get it, you know what I mean? With all the grinders, I mean, shit adds up and you're just like, what the fuck happened? Like, always, you can have a few $100s, go to the grocery store, buy just like a few things, and you're at zero. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I bought breakfast sandwiches, some Reese's, cereal, Reese's Puffs, some milk, maybe some yogurts, and all of a sudden you look at your fucking bank account and you're like, what the hell happened? But I guess that's what it is. Yeah. But like I said, I mean, I know we're going to be going in, we're in June. So June, July, and then we're going to get back into football in August. So all I got to do is just, and as long as I put in the work ethic and the time, if I grind and do a stream almost every day, I should be able to pay rent and, pay the bills and whatnot. So thank you, Jameson. Bang, bang, bang. Jameson has been so loyal to this fucking channel, bro. Like when you've been gone working, you know what I mean? Like, in here probably like every fucking night, you know what I mean? When he can. I mean, sometimes there's other things going on, but it's just awesome to be able to have that loyalty, and a lot of people have different schedules. They got to wake up early, they got school or work or whatever, but it's just always nice to be able to have people support and get there. Jameson got us to 50. Thank God, dude. Thank you, man. I mean, for the longest time, 200 was the minimum that we were making until just as of the last couple weeks. Last couple weeks, I think we ended up hitting like, I don't know what the lowest that we've ever hit on a stream, maybe like for a long stream, I think maybe 100 something or whatever, but we were hitting about 200, almost every stream or higher, 200 to 500. But within the last 2 to 3 weeks, it's definitely taken a big dip for whatever reason with just people or, bills or, I don't know what's going on really, but at least it was strong. From January until May. May was a little low, but also it didn't help when I ended up getting a little depression and anxiety, and I missed about 4 or 5 days of opportunities to be able to, pad, the subs and the views and the donos a little bit. But I have to be mentally okay. You know what I mean? Thank you, Jameson. Appreciate you. Hopefully we can get at least a minimum of another 50. Maybe we can get Cyber or one of the other goats at some point to show up, hopefully, and we can get to at least a good point on the Cash App or the super chat. If we don't, we don't. But I have faith that, that we will. I mean, there's been times where we were at 0 after 4 hours, and then we finished it like 4:50 after like a 6-hour stream. So, I mean, anything's fucking possible. I mean, I've seen it all. So, bang, bang. Jameson Meza. I got the Cactus Jack meme gif. Bang, bang. I got a little Randy Orton here. RKO. Jameson Meza with the $5 donation. Bang. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Yeah, he's always here, man. I mean, Elliot's usually here. Holly's usually here whenever she can. I mean, usually you just have like the same. Sarah, was usually here almost every night, but then now she's got her job, so she has to actually physically go into an office. It's not remote, so she's only usually here for like the first hour, and then I got to have someone else step up and do the dono thing, either Jameson or Elliot. Speaking of, I usually have to have one of them two kind of, handle the dono part for me. So, what you doing, man? Are you eating fingernails and pepperoni pizza? What happened to you? Are you happy to be back from the baseball game, or do you wish that you could go back again? And you almost kind of get the bug when you go to a baseball game for the first time. You know what I mean? Touchdown, Bulldogs. It's like you go to a game and then you don't really know what to expect, and it's kind of like you're just hanging out with the homies and everything. But the experience of going to a professional sport game, whatever it is, basketball, baseball, football, hockey, it's fun, dude. Especially if you're with friends that you care about and you enjoy hanging around, Fell asleep dog, exhausted dog. All right, I got Chiefs and Eagles. I got Bama and Georgia. Yeah, I bet. I appreciate everything that you've done for me, up to the point to, like, even when we hit the 1320, it's still mind blowing. But I think we had 4 goats, like really step up. I mean, Odin's son did a couple hundred, like 200 or 300, and Holly did a few hundred. Shep, you did some, and it's just wild. You know what I mean? Like, I know once we get back into football season, there's going to be a lot of competition, and then you're going to have like other channels, like Grossi Posse and everything. But if I can collab with Grossi and he doesn't back out, and we collab for week 3 for Packers Bucks, I think this channel will take a big leap forward, because we're going to get a whole new rack of subs, maybe some new guys, new goats. And, hopefully we can at that point maybe get 20 to 50 people consistently in the room and get some newbies that know who I am after that collab and whatnot. So, I mean, it's one thing when you're, getting 10,000, 30,000 views like Grossi, and you're making, $3,000-$4,000 a show or something like that. But I mean, for someone like me that, I'm sitting at less than 20 people in the room, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's, you don't know, when the goats are going to show up or if they'll show up, and, you just want to be able to hang out and have fun. But it's always better with more people in the room. But, YouTube ain't doing me any favors. Right. Does it get kind of like, I mean, obviously you can, like, if you're a single guy, you can like pick up girls and, you can get numbers or, have drinks or go on dates and stuff while you're on the road or whatever. Right. But I imagine it's probably pretty draining though. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you still want to have a little fun time while you're out, but then it's like you have responsibilities. So you just can't get fucking trashed and miss work, especially if you're remote. You have to be responsible and keep your job and not fuck it up and get fired and whatnot. So shout out to you, man. You know what I mean? Like, I have barely seen Nate the Great, and I assume he's working a lot, but it's a lot of the goats that come through. I mean, they do a lot of work, a lot of grinding. God, the MJF though on the mic today was nuts. So do you follow wrestling, Shep, at all or no? So obviously, if you follow wrestling at all, CM Punk had the Pipebomb kind of interview with Vince 10, 15 years ago where he went off script and was talking about the company and pretty much just spitting facts. And then they turned his mic off and then they eventually let him go, you know what I mean, at that point, because, he just wanted to be real with it, which but then MJF today, gosh, dude, He was pretty much like fuck Tony Khan, lots of swearing. Obviously he feels unfairly paid for his wages, and it's like, would it be better if I was a former WWE star to pay me more and everything? Like, he went off. I'm not sure if you follow wrestling and all, but this was like one of the craziest like interviews on a wrestling show, maybe the craziest I've ever seen him. He probably dropped like 30 swear words, and at the very end when he was like pretty much saying fuck you Tony Khan, they like bleeped it and then they turned his mic off and then they went black. Like, it did not look like a work or something that was like, made for the show. It looked pretty fucking serious. He said fire me and shit, you know what I mean? Like, he's definitely mad about his wage, and his wage is. Yeah, I figured you still watch, but did you see it? Jesus, dude. They have it on YouTube or whatever, but wow. Yeah, it was insane, dude. I've seen a lot of promos over the days, and my favorite wrestler of all time is, Mr. Yayo himself. At least it seemed like that when he did promos. Macho Man. I mean, no one did promos better than Macho Man. He's my favorite all time. I mean, I love Stone Cold. I love The Rock. There's a lot of guys that I love. You know what I mean? But 252. I know I have him in here. But yeah, definitely Macho Man is my number one. I kind of came to terms. I mean, it's always been like Hollywood Hogan, you know what I mean? Stone Cold, Rock, those were always there. But I was like, you know what? An RBD's in my top 5 too when he was in his prime at ECW. But I was like, man, Macho Man was always kind of overlooked. And I was like, man, I really do enjoy everything I see promo-wise on the mic. And that's one of the key things. I usually like guys that are good on the mic and in the ring. The only exception is Hollywood Hogan. Obviously not as good in the ring, but I mean, he made wrestling. Let's be honest. Without Hulk Hogan, there is no wrestling today. I mean, even though Macho Man was, Andre the Giant was very influential before Hogan, but.
First half, they get down to 4th and goal and kick the field goal. Down 21-13. Defense just took over. But again, you mentioned the top. Kansas City Bulls just picked differently. About how you run offense. This might very well be 4 down territory for the Seahawks offense.
But I think that probably will be my 5, though. It's like you got Rock, right? You got to have Rock in there for sure, especially in my era, growing up in the 80s, and the 90s. Got to have Rock. Absolutely. You got to have Stone Cold. I got to have Macho Man. And then I got to get the other two.
Sirianni able to make that adjustment at the D. He was thinking about going through it there and let us field goal get you out. Yeah, this will be a 24-yard attempt for Jake Elliott. Elliott with a flag down and the line drives that one through. He didn't really get a full swing on that, did he? He did not, that one. Didn't see the loft on it that you normally do. Offsides is the question. And if so, offense back on the field. They're making a switch right now. We're going to hear from
My dude, RVD, Jerry Lynn. Big RVD guy, especially when he was in ECW, him and Sabu. I don't think I've been more entertained by a single wrestler than RVD, though, in its prime. This shit was just must-see TV. Almost like Johnny Football at Texas A&M and Michael Vick at Virginia Tech. Like, you couldn't keep your eyes off the screen. And then obviously, and this might be number one though. Macho is up there, number one, number two. But I mean, I can't forget about Hollywood. You know, that's very. I love. It's like the ultimate heel. You know what I mean? Like. So maybe Hogan 1, Macho Man 2, Stone Cold 3, Rock 4, RVD 5. I don't know. It's tough. I mean, there's so many. I don't know if I can really do. But those are my 5, though, for sure. Hollywood Hogan, Macho Man, RVD, Rock, Stone Cold. It's a pretty awesome 5. I just like, and like I said, I like heels. It's all about the heel life. So you did nice. Hogan did save it. I mean, Andre the Giant was something, but Hogan with the Hulkamaniacs and how cool that was. And you know what I mean? Like the biggest face in wrestling, and then to go heel with NWO. I mean, nothing will ever be that big ever again. Oh, yeah. Him and The Rock in WrestleMania in Canada, in Toronto. That was a dream match. That's after Vince bought WCW, and then they, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, and Hogan came back to WWF, WWE. Unless it was all the work, but his contract isn't up until 2024. So I don't know if, they're going to fire him or anything. He's under contract still. Oh, yeah. I am a real American. Fight for the right of every man. RVD, dude. RVD, especially if you watched RVD in WWF, that's not RVD. You have to go back and watch RVD in ECW with Paul Heyman. You know what I mean? He was the guy that ran it. Paul E. Dangerously was his name. And Paul Heyman, instead of being a guy for like Roman or Brock as a manager, he ran that company with the limited money that he had. And God, the hardcore wrestling with RVD and Sabu is unmatched. For real. Oh, yes. Mick Foley, Terry Funk, yes. The 5-star frog splash, the Van Daminator, the Van Terminator, when he would do it with like garbage cans and go from one side of the ring to the next. I mean, there was nothing cooler than RVD, man. You like Mick Foley? All right, I'll give you this Mick Foley. Bang, 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 bang. Dude Love. I mean, you got Mick Foley and then Dude Love and then Cactus Jack, and then Mankind was definitely number one. The Mankind character, the boiler room matches and whatnot. I mean, that was just epic. Yes, I agree. All right, we're 3 hours and 48 minutes in. 12 more minutes to 4 hours. Maybe we'll get Cyber or one of the goats to hopefully pop in, I hope, to say hello and chill with your boy. Yeah. But you're a little bit older than me, and everyone, you'll have like Junkyard Dog and Dusty Rhodes. For me, I'm a little bit, younger than you. And Dusty was good. You know what I mean? He was great on the mic. But I mean, we're talking about top 5, like, guys that I would pay money to watch and the guys that impacted me the most. It's Hollywood Hogan, NWO, Macho Man, RVD, Rock, Stone Cold. Dusty's nowhere near in my top 50 even. You know what I mean? There's a lot of guys that I love. And obviously for the older guys like you, even though you're not that much older than me, you know what I mean? He was definitely influential. in that old school era. But I mean, for me personally, I mean, there's a lot of guys that I would put above Dusty Rhodes. You know what I mean? Even though he was the American Dream and he was a legend. I mean, I still got guys like Undertaker and fucking Legion of Doom, the Road Warriors. I mean, I got a lot. I got a lot that. I mean, I've been watching wrestling since '85, just probably like you. You've been watching it for a long, long time, but yes, Mr. Fuji, yeah, wild. I just saw a picture of some of the guys from Demolition, Axe, Smash, Crush. It's just kind of cool when you can reminisce, and how the Georgia Bulldogs have those shoulder pads with the spikes. I want to buy that. I want to buy that and take it to an Oregon game, or I can wear it here on the stream. But I can get ones that are like black with red, so I can do that for like Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But I want to get one where it's black, and then the little spikes, I can get someone to paint it yellow, right? And then I can do like green and yellow. You know what I mean? Maybe make the shoulder pads green or leave them black, and maybe just do green and yellow on the spikes, and then I can take it down to the Ducks, game and wear it over like Herbert jersey or whatever. I mean, I'm already going to get on TV anyways with my gloves and the chain, but if I can get the spikes, I think that'd be pretty cool for Tampa Bay or for the Oregon Ducks, or get two. But the custom ones that I've seen, I don't know, it's like Etsy or like other places, eBay. I mean, they charge a lot. They charge like, $200, $300, $400. I probably could make it myself. If I just got the shoulder pads and I could get the right, spikes that look the coolest, So, but it would be kind of cool to get one that was already, made and, drilled down and it looked good. But that's something I definitely want to do. 97. God, you're a young buck. I've been watching since 85. I mean, I grew up in the video game era, in the sport era, the wrestling era. Like, I don't know, for me being in the age that I am, and maybe Jameson, we've seen it all. Like, we've seen the best basketball players, the best football players, the best baseball players, besides like the Babe Ruth and the Mickey Mantles and Willie Mayeses, of course, right? Sandy Koufaxes and whatnot. Hockey, Mario Lemieux, Wayne Gretzky, I mean, Tiger, Andre Agassi, Pete Sampras, like wrestlers, like going through NWO, DX. Like, we literally have seen the greatest of the great, in the 80s and 90s. You know what I mean? And so it's like for people like Elliot, who's young, no idea like how amazing things were in my generation. Like, and anyone that grew up in my age group would tell you too. I mean, no one can compare to what we grew up in. If you grew up in the late 70s or the early 80s, and the 80s and 90s were your childhood. I mean, Transformers, Ninja Turtles, G.I. Joe, the Real American Hero. I mean, game over, dude. Those cartoons still hold up today compared to the shit that I watch. Shep has been watching since 1 year old. He said 2 or 3. Oh, yeah. Were they like the like how they have AAA in baseball, where they like the AAA hockey, and they were like one level below the pros of like the NHL teams. We have a team here called the Portland Winterhawks, and they usually are pretty good here for the league that they're in, but I don't know what level it is. I believe it's one level below the NHL. All right, we're 3 hours and 52 minutes in. Your boy is grinding. Your boy is hustling as usual. You got to make me time. Bob's Burgers, Simpsons, King of the Hill. Mental health is important. We do Mental Health Mondays, but I didn't do it this Monday because my mental health was fucked for a few days. But hey, sometimes you got to take 2 steps back to go 3 or 4 or 5 steps forward, baby. But I feel good now. All right, Mahomes, 21-16. Nice screen pass right there. Oh, they were a pro team. What happened to them? Did they move? Did they go to a different city? Jon Snow, King of the North. Still unbelievable that I got the Julio ball. You know what I mean? Like, it's his rookie year. Still haven't got my jersey yet. It's probably supposed to come between now and July. I mean, who knows when they're going to fucking send it to me. But, hey, to not get my jersey in time and to get a Julio foul ball, pretty magical, man. Pretty fucking magical. I guarantee, Elliot, if you come with me, if you came here to Oregon and we went to Seattle, we would get a ball. If we went to 2 games, I guarantee we would get one. Like I said, because I just know where to sit. You know, like I said, in that second game, first game, I had no chances. And then plus I got super drunk and I was feeling like shit in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. And drank too many Jaeger bombs, just drank way too many beers. I think we spent like $150 on beer alone, which was probably $10 a beer. So that shows you how many beers we had, tall boys, on top of like 4, 5, 6, 7 beers of Bud Light and Jaeger bombs before we even got there. I was good until about the 7th inning. So I had no chance to get a baseball the first game, but the second game I had 5 chances. And I think I legitimately could have had 3 baseballs if I was a dick. Like if I would have jumped in front and not necessarily knocked anybody over, but if I wanted to move in front of a person, you know what I mean? Or slide in front and, you know, I definitely could have got more than 1. But 4 of them were thrown into the crowd after the inning ended, and I got the only foul ball, which was Julio. So, and you don't want to be that guy. And I think every other foul ball, the other 4 balls that got thrown into the crowd, all went to kids. So at least it wasn't any adults. Adults had chances to get them, but they're idiots and they don't know how to catch. You know what I mean? I never bring a glove when I go. I just, you know, use my honey badger mentality, and it usually works out. So. Rick Boogs. I don't even think he's even in the wrestling anymore. I mean, I think he's still on the company or whatever, but. Oh, yeah, Hogan and Flair. Oh, yeah. Bro, if you would have watched, I mean, like, in the NWO and DX, like if you watched from 1995 to 99, that was the best time in wrestling. Everyone brought a sign, Monday Night Wars, NWO, DX, Rock and Stone Cold, Undertaker, and Mankind were in their prime. Like everything was just money. Like cruiserweight division, RVD, like, I mean, every federation was in their prime of its best moments. Rick Boogs. Oh, yeah. And there are a lot of people where they did like gimmicks, masks, and costumes. They've kind of went away from that. That was a big 80s, 90s thing, like Doink the Clown and, you know, all the guys. And obviously you know, remember guys that like Irwin R. Shyster, IRS, and then he's the dad of Bray Wyatt and Bo Dallas. It's kind of wild that Bray Wyatt and Bo Dallas are actually like legitimate blood, and IRS was their dad. So it's kind of crazy. I always dig deep into wrestling. You know what I mean? Like I love wrestling as much as I love football. I really do. Like I could end up doing a Northwest Wrestling Fanatics. You know what I mean? Like I could definitely do a separate wrestling channel, a gaming channel. I do want to get to a point where I can like show my toys and open them. So I can be like Ryan's toy review, except I'm really fucking old. You know what I mean? It's like I'm Asian like Ryan, but instead of him being like 8 to 15 years old or 8 to 10 or 12, you get O-Dog at 40 and just opening up all the collectibles. I really want to open up one of my wrestling rings and that cage attachment. Like I said, if I would have had that shit as a kid, I probably would have never went back to school. You know what I mean? And you just snap it on, and it's got doors that move. It's got collapsible ceiling, so you can do the whole Undertaker to Mankind, and the figure will go through the roof all the way into the ring. Like, it's fucking cool, dude. Like, you know, sometimes I just want to be able to, you know, like my dad got this for me. I mean, dude, that's the coolest thing ever, dude. I mean, it just, you know, and of course having it in the package is one thing, but for me being a toy guy, just being able to, you know, these little head wiggles and just to be able to have this is cool to me. You know what I mean? I just like figures that move. And a lot of the wrestling figures were like that in the 80s and the 90s. Like, you know, they would have different movements, like Big Boss Man. I had that figure with the nightstick. Bushwhackers, Luke and Butch, Hogan, the Bear Hug Hogan. And then the Bear Hug Hogan, you would take the arms apart. You could put a guy upside down like Ultimate Warrior, and you could do like the suplex. Yeah, but playing with wrestling figures besides video games, G.I. Joe's, Transformers, Ghostbusters, but playing with the wrestling ring and the figures besides video games was like my favorite thing. To like go to Blockbuster and like rent the old videos on VHS and then play with my wrestling figures while I was watching wrestling. That was bliss for me, for sure.
Tragic news out of Dallas Wednesday.
Oh, yes.
Former Cowboys and Bears running back Marion Barber III was found dead in his Frisco, Texas apartment. Barber was a Pro Bowler in 2007 after rushing almost 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns in a season.
Yeah, and then obviously, 95 to 01 or 02, and then around 02, 03, that's when you had Randy Orton, John Cena, Brock Lesnar. Like you had a lot of those guys come in at the same time too. I mean, Brock, Cena, and Randy Orton. I mean, Hall of Fame, all written all over those guys. You know what I mean? But I liked it when it was like NWO and DX was really in their prime, where it was like must see TV. And I was in high school at that time, so I was like 14 to 17 when that shit was going, and it's like every kid that was 14 to 17 had Rock, Stone Cold, NWO, DX shirts. You're at school, you're doing all the DX shit, you know what I mean? Or rocking I mean, we talk about how much I love NWO, right? And I'm fucking 40. I still have the old gear. They told me, bro, if you're NWO, you're NWO for life. I still got jackets. I got cut-off tees, memorabilia. You know what it is, man. Yeah, it was gold. I mean, I'm 40, so here in Oregon, I mean, grew up in all the great eras, and obviously we were going over kind of like my top 5. I mean, obviously I started watching wrestling in 85. I was born in 82, so obviously Hulk Hogan was awesome, but Hollywood, I love heels, so Hollywood's my number 1, and then I probably would go Macho Man number 2, Stone Cold 3, Rock 4. And then I can't leave out RVD. RVD's got, I mean, there's Undertaker, there's Shawn Michaels, there's just so many other guys. But I mean, if we're looking at athleticism and entertainment value, I don't know if there was anyone more entertaining to me than RVD besides maybe Sabu. I mean, when they were doing matches against each other together, just insane. Love me some Sabu. You know what they need to bring back? Fucking WWF In Your House. Remember that video game? In Your House? They needed to bring that shit back. I mean, just go back to the glory days. But like I said, Vince is micromanaging way too much. And, at least I have an alternative now. Because if we didn't have AEW, I would be so fucking depressed. Like if we didn't have AEW for me to be able to listen to this and, and just get into, AEW and the wrestlers and everything that they got. But I also forgot Kenny Omega. I can't forget about him and the Young Bucks. I guess if I have a top 10, but Kenny's he's my favorite wrestler right now. And he definitely has this stay power of a Rock or Stone Cold or RVD. So I guess I can't forget about him either. I just haven't been watching him as long as some of the others, but love him.
Once you can see it, you can help. The sooner you recognize the signs of autism, the sooner you can make a lifetime of difference for your child.
Yeah, I haven't seen Jake Paul Gamey Crabs in a little bit too. Some of the goats, they come in and they're in. Sometimes I don't see them for a while. Yeah.
Thousands of families affected by disasters.
Yeah, but it's not the same. And the reason why I like WCW more than WWF back then, even though they had Rock and Stone Cold and DX, right? I liked it because, you had Hogan, you had Diesel, who was, Kevin Nash, you had Scott Hall, Razor Ramon, you had NWO, you had Rey Mysterio, you had Juventud Guerrera, La Parka, Cruiserweights, Alex Wright, you had Dean Malenko, Chris Benoit, you had so many guys, that were mid-card guys. I like the Lucha Libre fast style. And I like the way that the ring sounded when people got body slammed compared to WWF. I like the announcers better. Tony, they had Tony Schiavone, Mike Tenay, and Larry Zbyszko. I like them more. I like the pay-per-views better. Bash at the Beach, Halloween Havoc, and then, obviously the factions and everything. I like the presentation I thought the presentation was the best. And then they had NWO, I'm NWO for Life and Wolfpack. Okay. And then ECW was great because it had hardcore wrestling like RVD. And once you saw that, you were like, oh, wow. RVD, Sabu, Just Incredible, Lance Storm, Masato Tanaka, Tajiri. I can go on and on and on. You know what I mean? And I always like that hardcore style instead of name recognition or, obviously WCW and what they brought. But I always like those two way more than WWF. WWF to me was just to punch, kick, leg drop, body slam, DDT, pin. It was just not exciting for me after a certain point. You know what I mean?
We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients
Yeah.
make more money?
Yep. we
Man,
do better
the golden
when our
age.
clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3 kid. Billy Kidman, man. And Kidman was with Tori Wilson, dude. He gets mad props for that. He's not with her, I don't think, anymore. But at some point, I think he was dating or married to her. I would say that's a fucking win, Tori Wilson. I mean, besides her and Stacy Keibler and Trish Stratus back in the day, wowza. Talk about a fucking triple threat. I saw a picture of Trish on Twitter. Dude, she's like 50 or 60 years old and she's still hot. Bikini, like, she looks insanely good for her age. And Stacy Keibler's always had the legs, and obviously Tori Wilson's a fitness model still. She's doing like yoga type stuff. A lot of these ladies are still in good shape. I haven't seen Keibler in anything recent, but Tori Wilson and Trish I have, and yeah, they look phenomenal. Yeah, Kidman was awesome. And obviously I like Perry Saturn, Dean Malenko, Chris Benoit, even though the whole situation with him, and WWF wanted to erase him or whatever. Rabid Wolverine, Eddie Guerrero. I'm a big Eddie guy, you know what I mean? And so a lot of the memories I have are not just that wrestler, in WWF, but I feel like Eddie's best moments were a lot of it was in WCW. And of course he made his belt championship thing where I think he beat Brock or whatever, and he ended up getting it. But I mean, I don't know. I'm a little sour towards WWF. I just wish that they would have kept WCW and ECW. Shane ran WCW. Stephanie runs ECW. And you can just profit and still make money. And you just own everything. And you just keep the name going. You know what I mean? But he just was too much ego. He just ran that bitch into the ground and didn't want to spend the money. But for wrestling fans, if he would have kept all three companies going, imagine where we would be today. You know what I mean? Because ultimately he's making money. And those wrestlers are still doing their thing. So if you want hardcore, boom, ECW. If you want a presentation and the legends, WCW. And then if you want the WWF stuff with Rock and Stone Cold or DX, boom, you go there. Just would have made sense, to keep all three going. But Paul London, RVD and Sabu, RVD and Jerry Lynn, they had some Living Dangerously pay-per-view. I still even have VHSs of wrestling just in my storage and stuff. I still got tape stuff, nitros, and all kinds of crazy stuff still. I love old school wrestling, man. Old school wrestling DVDs. I just love that old school stuff, man. I could just sit there and watch literally NWO or NWO Wolfpack for 12 hours straight, and I will not get bored. That was just a great time in my fucking life. And I did backyard wrestling back then too. So, we had a group of friends, I think 3 different locations, 3 different friends that had trampolines or multiple trampolines, jumping off roofs. And, I had a guy fucking powerbomb me off the trampoline onto the ground for match of the year when I was junior or senior. And we'd have maybe 15 or 20 people watch. We had theme music and announcers. And yeah, it was, we loved wrestling, and I still love it to this day. Allison, what does everybody want? Head. Oh, I watched it on AEW. That doesn't look like a work to me because even CM Punk with the pipe bomb, he wasn't fuck you, Vince McMahon. He just kind of said how, the politics and this and that. They turned the mic off and then eventually fired him on his birthday later. And then AJ Lee was gone down the road. But this was spitting stuff, talking about WWE, being a former wrestler and, trying to throw Tony Khan under the bus. And I mean, you should be paying him and Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks for guys that have never been in WWE. And you got to take care of, the best talker in the business, who is bottom line the best. And then when he was kind of like, fuck you at the end, and then they turned the mic off and it went black. I mean, they don't do that normally. You know what I mean? They just let the guy talk if it's actually a legit thing. But to turn off the mic and to have it go black like that, that's very unusual. So, I mean, if it ends up being a one big work, that's one thing, but it doesn't look good. I mean, it can get ratings and whatever, but we'll see. I don't want to see him in WWE, though. What are they going to do? Just give him the fucking United States Championship and then bury him? I don't want to see that. Yeah, it was great. Viscera. It's funny, my boy Swaggy P has Viscera figures. So like back in the day, he's the only guy that I know in like the 80s and 90s. Like he has over 100 loose figures, and he ended up buying like Viscera. And I was like, why the fuck did you buy Viscera? Because he just wanted to have everyone, like in the collection, sitting outside the ring like Royal Rumble. And think about it. Most people didn't buy the Viscera figure. So if you have one, it's worth more money because there was less made. And most people were like, I'm going to buy a Rock. Why the fuck would I buy Viscera? You know what I mean? And he's got a lot of those obscure figures that like no one bought besides him that are super cool, man. Like, I mean, he still had like 8 or 10 Rocks or 8 or 10 Stone Cold figures, but just like Viscera figure. I was like, wow, dude, how cool is that? Like, I have appreciation for that type of shit, Yeah, Big Daddy V. And the Nation Dub Domination. D'Lo Brown. I mean, there's so many names, so many factions, dude. 4 hours and 10 minutes in. Still hustling, still grinding away. What are we at, 50? Talk about having dreams, and goals and having to work this hard, But I wouldn't want it any other way. Yeah, but I definitely could do a wrestling show specifically just for wrestling, like Northwest Wrestling Fanatics for sure. But I mean, until I got to keep building this channel first, but at some point I definitely could, because I feel with my football knowledge, my wrestling knowledge is right there. I feel my wrestling knowledge is right there with NFL and college football. Those are like the strongest. Wrestling, NFL, college football for sure. But I still got a lot of MLB and NBA history, because NBA used to be my favorite as a kid, but it's just not really the same. Thank you, Walkoff. 60. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. You're a lifesaver. Thank you, dude. Like, and I know sometimes money is tight, and appreciate you. That means a lot, bro. Thank you so much, dude. Walkoff Whitey supporting the cause. Thank you, bro. Like I said, we were doing really, really good for January, February, March, April. I think we hit 200 or more on every stream, but May was a rough month. Like I said, I made a third of what I normally make in those first 4 months when I went full time. It was drastically less. And then it obviously didn't help that I got a little anxiety and depression and whatnot. So, but I feel that I feel optimistic. June hopefully will be better than May and July. And then once we get into August, you'll get into preseason, and then we'll be back to football August, September, October, November, December, January, February. And I'm still going to be doing these streams. So bang, bang. Appreciate you, dude. Walkoff Whitey with an RKO. But I'm going to do late night streams, and I guess I'll do Monday Night Football. And then once it's over, I'll just keep going. So instead of just doing a 3-hour stream, we'll just keep talking, and we'll keep just grinding it out. And maybe go from 5 to midnight or whatever, and just, do 7-hour streams or 6-hour streams. Of course, some people will leave after the game is over, but if you just want to hang out with me, and I'm doing that. And then obviously on the off days, I'll be still doing the late night streams. So I'm going to really push, you know what I mean? Moving forward since January, it's 3 to 8 hours. I am committed to just put in the work and to show people how hard you have to work, Bang, bang, bang. Appreciate you. 40 more to a hundo. I don't think we're going to get to 2 unless we have some miraculous donation from a Cyberpunk 53 type or some kind of goat. But obviously, if getting to a clean hundo would be great. Your boys got bills. Your boy's working hard. And I know most people, if most people would quit, let's be honest. You know what I mean? If you're sitting in the room with less than 20 people, less than 10 people, less than 5 people, you know what I mean? And you're already grinding it out for 2, 3, 4 hours. I think most people would quit, but I don't. I keep things positive and I keep things moving. Plus, I enjoy hanging out. It's not necessarily all about the donos, but let's be real. If you're doing this full time, it's not just about getting a shitload of views and a shitload of subs. You hope that there's enough people that can help you to support your dream. But I do feel blessed because I think I'm the only one that could have such little amount of people in the room every day and still make a living doing this. I think most people have to be like in Grossi's position where they're just balling out of control with thousands of people in the room. Of course you can make a living then, but if you got 1,000 people in the room, you got to think even if only 10 people donate, but they donate good, which you're going to get more than 10. I mean, you're good. It's like I've seen certain streams where Grossi's made enough to pay rent probably for 6 months in one stream. I want to get there. That would be awesome. But it's not necessarily I want the money or the recognition. I mean, recognition would be good and respect, but I want to be able to give back. I want to be able to give away like jerseys at halftime. I think that would just be the coolest thing. Like, oh, we're watching the Rams Niners, and then I draw a name based off the people that donated earlier, and if your name gets drawn, boom, you get a NFL shop jersey of your choice. How cool would that be? Especially if you're making like 1,000 or more every show, why wouldn't you give back to the fans if you're making that kind of money? Pay your bills, and then take care of the fans. Right, full-blooded Italians. Yeah, boy knows. Or BWO, Blue World Order, the Blue Meanie, Big Stevie Cool, Steven Richards. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Yeah, but I think it shows you how instrumental when you don't have a lot of people in the room for like the heavy hitters. It's like if you have the heavy hitters in the room, you're going to be at an insane number. But if they're not in the room, I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? You just like you got to pray at that point. Like if the goats or the heavy hitters are paying rent or broke or busy, you just got to hope that anyone else that comes through that maybe that you'll get a special situation that happens. Because I'm not going to lie about it, some people only want to do it for just the subs and they only want to do it for the views. But I mean, that shit's kind of irrelevant. I mean, of course that stuff is great, but I've been doing this 10 years. It's not like I did this shit like for a year and I'm like complaining or like miserable or depressed. Like, why am I not able to make this a full-time career? Well, it's like, dude, I already gave myself a 10-year plan, which is another creepy thing. I gave myself exactly 10 years in 2013 to be able to do this full-time, and I was able to do it in exactly 10 years. How did I know that? I don't know, but I gave myself realistic expectations. I'm nowhere near where I want to be, but I knew it would take a long time. But also I didn't predict, depression, anxiety, partner quitting, and all kinds of other bullshit that I've had to deal with, but hey, what doesn't kill you make you stronger, right? That's facts. Some of my favorite shows. If you're bored, fucking watch them. They're fucking good. I don't give any bad recommendations on this motherfucking channel. It's facts. And if you get in a bad mood, listen to this guy. Puts me in a good mood every day. The 40 water. He is good for my mental health. Appreciate you, walk off. Was that rough seeing the Brewers lose? Everyone's losing now. Mariners suck. Can't beat the fucking Orioles. Brewers lost to the Cubs. And then fucking Dodgers can't even beat the fucking Pirates. Are you kidding me? Like, what the fuck, dude? Unbelievable. Can't even beat the Pittsburgh. Got swept by the fucking Pirates. Are you kidding me, dude? What the fuck? I didn't even call my dad. Didn't even want to call him. It's like, all right, this is bullshit. But my dad doesn't get angry. He's laid back, so. This is the dude right here. Besides Freddie Freeman. All right, I got Chiefs 28, Eagles 23, NFL Network. All right, we got Warriors and Celtics from December 17th on NBA. Maybe I am going to get NBA tomorrow. Let's watch a little bit of this on NBA TV. I got the Warriors on the road in Boston, 29-19. Let's watch a little bit of this. Yeah, and I mean, most YouTubers would not do this. Let's be honest. I mean, every once in a while they'll maybe give back on here and there. You know what I mean? But no YouTuber would do this, but I would. Because I mean, if you're making enough, I mean, what's the point? You don't want to give back to your fans, and I want to be able to do something special. I mean, $100 jersey 3 times a week, or $150 jersey 3 times a week. But if you're making, 1,000 or 2,000 a game, does it really fucking matter? Are you that greedy that you don't want to give back to the people that are supporting you? That's just my thing. If you're making, 1,000, 2,000, 2,500 a video for every live stream you're doing, like that should be your obligation to give back, to say thank you and give away starter jackets, jerseys, shoes, whatever, video game systems, whatever. I mean, who in their right goddamn mind needs that much if you're making, $2-3 grand like a stream, I don't know. That's just me. So we're going to get to a day where, we'll have people, we'll have subs, we'll have views, and we'll do some cool giveaways for sure. All right, 31-23 Warriors. A little preview for tomorrow. Wow, Steph Curry just threw that bomb up from like 15 feet behind the 3, bricked it. All right, as much as this is cool, I'd rather watch football. It's like, okay. I lost my love for basketball after Jordan and Kobe and Drexler and the old school era. All right, we got USFL football. FS1 has got Angels and Yankees. Ooh, maybe I'll watch that. Tyreek Hill with the touchdown. All right, I'm watching football. I can't help it. I love football so much. It's like, oh, basketball's on. It's like, if I'm not watching football, I better be watching wrestling. It's like football or something nice. Football or, football or. All the photos. All right, we're 4 hours and 22 minutes in. I'm going to go at least to 5 hours. I have to push. I have to hustle. I have to grind. So we'll go for another 38, and then we'll see where we're at. If we get on some amazing dono train, then I'll go for another half hour to hour after that to make 5 hours and 30 minutes or 6 hours. But, I mean, hopefully we can get to a hundo. I mean, it doesn't look like we're going to get to 2 unless, like I said, we have some miracle. But, we're at 40 away. I think depending on who shows up, that might be doable. So shout out to the GOATs. Appreciate you guys. The grind is real. The hustle is real. You just got to keep yourself just mentally positive. Don't expect anything. Just grind it out. What happens, happens. Don't take things too serious. Just enjoy your time with the GOATs. And I do. And every time after I'm done streaming, even if Paisley's sleeping with my girlfriend, she'll wake up and she'll spend like 30 minutes of time with me. She'll snug next to me and, try to sleep in between my legs or, eat food and hang out with me, watch a little like Simpsons or King of the Hill. And then eventually she'll get a little tired and then go back to the bedroom and then fall asleep on the bed and whatnot. But talk about loyalty. I don't think I've ever had anything in my life that I've loved more than this. Like, no cap. Like, you got your mom, dad, you got, your family, but like, I don't think my Michael Jordan rookie card was pretty fucking, coveted, and that was amazing, but Paisley though, gosh, crazy.
You don't always feel you're part of the country. It's this weird middle space sometimes that you have to live inside of. living in that space, you'll learn to know that it's its own unique space too.
And then saving my buddy's dog, which was pretty sweet too. Sport. I need to actually go over there. My buddies wanted me to come over to his house, but just been busy.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame is the ultimate football fan destination. The Vince Lombardi Super Bowl trophy, the only place in America to see every Super Bowl ring. Your chance to see all 300.
But this is probably I was saying I got to delete something here. But I was going to say this, raising money for my friend's dog. That's probably the coolest thing that we've done on this channel. I mean, now obviously raised money for my old boss when he got COVID and car broke down, refrigerator broke down, washer and dryer, like everything got fucked or whatever. So I thought I'd, be that guy and help. But I'm more proud of this one though. I mean, even though I gave up my PS4 and we raised about, $300-400, but I mean, to raise like, 1,500-1,600 in like 3 days. And then they needed like $4,000 and had like 2,000 to 2,500. And we were able to save the dog's life. I mean, I did 1,000 of my own money too. Like Cyber did a $500 donation at the last day. Holly did some donos too. Yeah, pretty cool, man. Pretty cool to be a part of that. Yep, 40 to go, dude. 40 to go. Oh, Jordan rookie. Unbelievable. Just having your hands on it too is just unbelievable. I tell you what, if I didn't have a dream, I'd be fucking staring at the card probably right now. Special.
Today, but it's still not a dominant part of their offense. Hurts is their leading rusher, 35 yards. Gainwell has 18. Sanders has 13.
All right, 35-23 Chiefs. Good morning football advertisement. No thanks. Jameson, I appreciate you grinding it out, man. Obviously, I know you don't really, you stay up late anyways, and, you can just go to sleep after, but it's just always good to be able to have that consistent person. Yeah, Cyber must be busy today. Because usually he would have popped in by now, but you never know. Sometimes he'll just pop in and show some love. Sometimes he's busy. Hurts going long, going deep. Touchdown, Devontae Smith. Wow, that was nice. Vita Vea, my boy. Brady and Gronk, make it happen, Buccaneers. I've been on hold forever. Let's get it done already. All right, 35-29. Challenge flag is out. Okay, and after that game is the Chiefs and the Bills. Yeah, so I'll chill or whatever. 30 more minutes. We'll get to 5 hours. Hopefully we'll be at a higher number than we're at now, and we'll just chill. And then more than likely at that point, we'll probably just call it a stream unless we get a rampant amount of people out of fucking nowhere. Yeah, but I can't wait for football season. It's just it needs to show up, man. Oh, I got pushed out of bounds. All right, 35-23 Chiefs. Shotgun set for Hurts. Second down and 10. Crushed. Cool, man. I mean, it's already 4 hours and 31 minutes. I mean, you're hanging out. You're just chilling. I mean, what time do you usually go to sleep typically? Like 2, 3, 4 in the morning? I mean, if you don't got to wake up early, I guess it doesn't really fucking matter what time you go to sleep, right? So it's like for me, I mean, I don't have to wake up early, even though I still do. Like, even if I go to sleep at like 3 or 4, I'm usually up at 7, unless for some reason I'm sleeping later. But I usually get woke up by my dog. And then once I'm awake, I'm usually, just drink a Monster or coffee or just, take the dog for a walk and I'm up. So. All right. Well, if we got 28 minutes, I might as well open up another beer, right? Fuck it. I mean, I'm just sitting here anyways, so I'll eat afterwards. But hey, the hustle is real. The grind is real, right? Anybody can stream for an hour, but can you stream for 4 to 8 hours almost every day? That's tough. It takes a lot of mental health, strength. You got to have the mental health, the strength to do it, baby. All right, I'm going to go grab another beer.
So thank you. We hope you like your work. Case now offers free assembly and delivery, so it's never been easier to get a great grill for your family, like a Traeger wood pellet grill, Weber gas grill, or Big Green Egg charcoal grill. Only at your neighborhood Ace. Ace is the place for helpful hardware, folks. After 15 years of smoking, Eva Marie quit. There's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stop smoking, now start screening. Learn more at savedbythestand.org. So we're heading to the beach for another Twisted Tea drop. We're surprising real Twisted Tea fans who love the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Real brew tea, 5% alcohol. Keep it twisted.
There are 16 million children struggling with hunger in America. This is a serious problem, but one we can solve. Visit feedingamerica.org to help. Together we can solve hunger.
All right, I'm back. I am Buck. I'm back, baby. Got another mango chelada. And I don't really, to be honest, it's one of those things that's like if I didn't stream for 4 to 8 hours, I probably wouldn't even drink at all. I don't really consider myself a drinker. I mean, I'd rather smoke and do gummies and whatnot, but fuck, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Drink milk for fucking 4 to 8 hours? I mean, I can't drink milk and juice fucking, sometimes you got to have something, another alternative. Oh, yeah. Mango beer at 11:40 p.m. Life is good. All right, what am I watching? All right, so I got football on. I got baseball I can watch. I got basketball, a Warriors Boston Celtics matchup that was from December. I probably should watch that to do a little scouting. That would probably be the smart thing to do. Just Angels and Yankees also. Ooh, and some more college football. Look at this. Oh, Jeter. Jeter's on Twitter now. Just took him like 20 years, but he's pretty private. All right, still got to watch football though. Then it's going to be Chiefs Bills. So even though I've watched it like 40 times, I'm if you love football, you love football. You love wrestling, you love wrestling. No one can tell me otherwise. Yeah, I know there's MLB and NBA and NHL and soccer, but I mean, if you love wrestling and football, that's what it is. Oh, what it do, dude? How are you, bro? Shit, I didn't know if you were going to be sleeping or not. Holly was in the room earlier. No Cyber yet. I assume he's probably working hard like he always does. If you're working like graveyard, it's like a cool job. Like if you're doing like artwork on like beer cans and stuff, dude, that would be a cool job. I mean, Holly's a vet. I mean, everyone's got like interesting stuff. I mean, not everyone is going to have a career or a job they love. Sometimes you're going to have good jobs, sometimes shit jobs, but. And then we got Riggs. He's like a paramedic. I mean, it's just kind of a wide range of people that just love sports, and it's true, right? Sports brings us together. It doesn't matter what age you are or race you are. That's the one thing that actually unites us as humans and brings us together. Oh, you're at work again. That's right. The last couple days. How you like it? A lot of politics. I know you say bullshit. A lot of bullshit. And then, obviously staying home and like workman's comp and other stuff or whatever. But, it sucks when you do have a company where it's like you like people at the company and that's why you're still there. But overall, like whatever it is, pay, managers or whatever, there's always like, this fucking bullshit. It's the bullshit. Because sometimes, I mean, that's really the only thing that holds you to a job is the people that are there with you, like just going through the war together, with the bullshit managers or the bullshit hours or the bullshit pay or whatever. I know that's how it was for me. The mucus that binds us. How's your Xbox? Have you played it yet? I assume you have. But I mean, since your sleeping schedule was all fucked up and now you're on the schedule, are you fucked up right now? Like just like the schedule wise, not like, drinking or on drugs fucked up. I'm just saying like your sleep pattern and then just like being awake. I mean, I guess you could just do soda, Mountain Dew. I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew, or you could do like energy drink, like Rockstar or Monster or whatever. But I would assume that's going to be something that's going to have to, kind of be hard to get used to unless you're already used to it. Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I mean, I don't know if you enjoy being back or being at home, but I think anyone that works, a job, and if you get fired or you get let go or you're on unemployment, at some point you're just like, fuck, dude, I need to start working. Like if you're a grinder, it's like everyone can be, just kind of complacent, or you can have that lazy mode where you just like, fuck it, I'm just going to chill and I am going to, I'll look for jobs, but hey, maybe I'll take 3 to 6 months off, but you can only do that so many times in your life. You know what I mean? It's like, it's cool to do that. But if you're a busybody, you definitely feel like you're, it's too long. So at least that's how it was for me. I mean, there's been times where I was on unemployment for Back when the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl in 2002, I was on unemployment because I asked to be, so I could watch every Buccaneer game because the sales job that I was at, I was only able to watch like 3 or 4 a year the previous 3 years. And in 99, they made the NFC Championship game and they lost to the Rams, and the Rams won. And I was like, okay, if I am ever a good again, like if I am ever like Super Bowl worthy, I have to be able to, I have to be able to watch. And yeah, it was destiny. It was great. Watched every game that season for the first time in like 10 years. And then boom, Super Bowl. It was great. Yeah. Yeah, but you and Sarah are back at work. A few other people I know are back to work or have brand new jobs and stuff. So that's awesome, man. I'm happy for you guys. Unless you're so desperately unhappy there that you'd rather just be at home and collect money. Hey, but who wouldn't want that, right? It's like, oh, I'm just going to stay home and you can give me some money. This year I'm screwed. We start off the season on a Thursday night and against the Bills. Yeah. Well, you can always go to the bathroom, throw the stream on, and I'll tell you what's going on. You just message me in the stream, and I'll break down everything that happened in the 5 minutes that you have to take a shit. About okay, boom, this is exactly what's going on. Do you have DVR? Are you able to record the game and then watch it when you get home? DVR is essential, bro. Got to have a DVR. DV Dizzle, the DVR. Gotta have the DVR. Shit, I don't know what I would be able to do without a goddamn DVR. I wouldn't be feeling like this. A pimp. All right, what is the score? Chiefs 35, Eagles 23. 3rd down and 6. 2 minutes and 37 seconds left from week 4, 2021 season. Philly is at home. It's Travis Kelce looking for his next girlfriend. She's like, oh, I'm not paying for anything. Crazy that him and his girl aren't together anymore. Ooh, Tyreek, touchdown, Chiefs. That was wide open. Wow, 3rd and 6, and he was wide open. Tyreek, hell. Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you the fucking breakdown. I'll give you breakdown, photos, boom, boom, boom. I know it's not the same as actually watching the game with your own 2 eyes. We got to really find out. This is really the question, though. It's like, are you coming back? Because if you don't come back, Tampa's winning the Super Bowl. I'll tell you that right now, because that improves the Rams. Obviously, you look at their team and Aaron Donald, he doesn't play. You go from the best team in the NFC to probably the 2nd to 4th best team. And then that gives me wiggle room to slide up a little bit. Maybe Packers slide down, Rams slide down, Saints maybe go up, Eagles go up. But you have Aaron Donald. I mean, it's arguably the best player on the planet, offense or defense. I don't want him to retire. I want him to play. And I want to beat you guys. I got to get revenge on the Saints and the Rams and find a way to be able to beat these teams in the regular season. But this is what it's about. Lombardi. This is still unreal to me. Like, this is just weird. Like, dude, Tom Brady and Gronk actually play on my fucking team. Like, old as hell, but they're still successful and proved all the doubters wrong and won a Super Bowl. They're like, what? Like, this is just, I don't know what to think. Just not real to me. Still to this day, it's not real. But I'll take it. Huge drop off. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, you still got Bobby Wagner there, and you'll still have Jalen Ramsey, but that's not going to be good enough to single-handedly dominate a defense, you know what I mean, and change the game planning. And, it's like the Warren Sapp of the generation, but Ed Donald is like twice as good as Warren Sapp was, and Warren Sapp's a Hall of Famer. So that makes Aaron Donald maybe arguably the best defensive player on planet Earth that's ever lived. Like, you could argue that, like, pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good. That guy, Aaron. It's like, oh yeah, that guy. I mean, I got Sapp at least, though. So, I mean, I know what it's like to have a D tackle that's fucking beast mode. Most people don't know what it's like. It is amazing. Except your guy has a chance to get like 20 sacks. My guy is like, 6 to 10 type guy, but very dominant shit talker, Nothing better than this, though, for me. This is cloud nine. It doesn't get any better than these two. Sapp and Brooks, Hall of Fame, both. Shit. Same draft. Fuck out of here. Arguably the best draft ever. Those two? Shit. Besides Jonathan Ogden and Ray Lewis, that one was very good too. The Jigo. You got to spend that money. Do I need to call Sean McVay up? I'll call him for you. I'll be like, bro, I like my boy, Mr. Williams. He's nervous that you guys aren't gonna, do it. Pay the money. It's like, you're not gonna be able to get the guy to. I mean, it's like, I kind of find it hard, unless he lets statistics and history creep in his head, because history says you're not going back. If you go to the Super Bowl the next year, you're not going. Since it's 03, 04 Patriots, it's been a long time. So if he thinks like stats and realisticness, of history, then maybe he could walk away, right? But it's like, if you're Aaron Donald, it's like on paper you're the favored team maybe in the whole thing going into the season, besides Buffalo on the AFC side. It's like, team looks good. Substitute Robert Woods for Allen Robinson, upgrade. And then you did Von Miller for Bobby Wagner. That's about the same. I think they're both Hall of Famers, but maybe Wagner has a little bit, more left. But I mean, I don't know. Von Miller looked fucking amazing. He helped you guys win Super Bowl. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, family. Code status. That just looks good on the computer and the phone. Herbert. I got to represent for, the Northwest, baby. The one guy that we can actually be fucking proud of, besides Haloti Ngata, Justin Herbert. Warriors, Celtics, tomorrow, 6 p.m. I should be streaming. The key word is should be. Should be fun. Then we get the Avalanche and Oilers for NHL too. I can't believe I'm like looking forward to watching NHL. And I know that we're in like World Cup qualifying too. So we're going to get World Cup stuff pretty soon, right? So I'll watch that. I mean, I'm not really into soccer, but when it's World Cup, yeah. When it's World Cup, give me that. Give me that World Cup. Two girls, one cup. Not that one. World Cup. I remember watching it like in what was it, 98? Because I know obviously it's every 4 years or not, but the video games and the PlayStation and the FIFAs and Brazil being so amazing. Ronaldo, Rivaldo, anything with a dough at the end. I mean, they got all the amazing Brazilian, but they're not as good as they were. But, after Pele, there was about a 20-year stretch where they were just like the team. But then now it's like France and Germany and a lot of the European teams have caught up. But I always liked it with those yellow and green jerseys, the Brazil. Those were always my favorite. Okay, man. Gang. It's all good, brother. Good to see you. Hop in, man. All right, 42-23 Chiefs. Third down and 8. Ooh, Nice catch by Devontae Smith. Yeah, AJ Brown and Smith are going to be fun. That's going to be a fun time. Eagles will be fun to watch. I like Jalen Hurts too. Kind of reminds me of Dak, but just not as good. Yeah. It's just good to have support. The support system is key. Yeah, but just knowing that I can make a difference. I mean, if I ever get to a point where rent is not even a question, then it's like, who gives a shit where we're at? You know what I mean? It's like the reason why some people keep track of donos and some people don't is like, it depends on if, you're rich or if you have enough money to pay rent or bills or, or if you're just, grinding for the dream, but you're not, still got responsibilities. I haven't made it yet. So, but 10 years, I'm proud of that. There's not a lot of people on planet Earth would stick with something for 10 years, let alone anything. So, yeah, but the fans are the best. You guys are awesome. Just knowing that, if I can make a difference and help somebody out, that's money in the bank. And we're not talking WWE pay-per-view. Mental health is important. Got to be able to support people. And like I said, the channel's evolved. And I'm proud where it's been and where it's going. This rivalry is going to be toasty. This is going to be super fun. Probably lose both times in the regular season. Oh, well, postseason is really where it counts. But, man, they improved the hell out of their team. It's going to be fun. That's the one I look forward to the most every year. Saints fans love it, too, because they usually win. So, oh, I bet. Here, I'm a dono. Then I'll dono some more. All right, 42-23. The Chiefs and Bills is coming up next. USFL, nope. What college football is this? Iowa versus Kentucky. Bowl game. All right. So what do we got? 8 minutes? 8 minutes to go. Tomorrow will be fun. We'll have Steph. We'll have Clay. We'll have Draymond. It'll be good. And obviously Tatum is super fun to watch. I mean, he's superstar now, so even if you don't like Boston, I mean, Tatum is like a top 6 player. He's nice. He is nice. Very good. But not having Clay shows you, how important he is to the team. They were like bootios without him. Now he's like, boom, we're winning the championship. It's like not even fair. You have two of the best like shooters in the backcourt, and you have the Dennis Rodman of your generation and Draymond. That's tough. I mean, how are you supposed to beat that? It's like you better have a bunch of fucking superstars. Unselfish ones. All right, 42-30. All right. This game will be over. Maybe I'll do that bowl game. I also got like Simpsons and King of the Hill and other shit too. What do I got on here? God bless the DVR. Master Chef. Ooh, I love that show. Simpsons, King of the Hill. Okay. Simpsons episode season 6. This is wild. The cartoon's been around for 33 some years. Robinson. Vader. Yeah. You want to see a Vader photo? I'll give you Vader. Oh, I'm doing Simpsons. It's my favorite, man. What kind of Vader? Darth Vader? Or Vader in WWE? I would assume Darth Vader. Unless you were going wrestling. Hurrah for science, Bart. Let's go rename Earth. Darth Vader? Vader. Bart, empty your pockets. Say, empty your pockets, motherfucker.
Starting tomorrow, you will assist me with my amateur astronomy, taking up courses, carrying equipment, and so forth. 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, 3 minutes away. Simpsons is on. Your boy's hungry. All good, bro. Have a good rest of your night, dude. And I'll see you soon. Shout out to the goats. Appreciate everybody that hung out and stopped by. You know, it shows you, some days are going to be like just incredible with either views or subs or donos or all three. And, some days maybe it's not as high, but, still have a good time. Still have fun. Shoot the shit. Talk sports, talk wrestling. Have a good time. Tomorrow will be better. We got Celtics and fucking Warriors on, so that'll give a little boost of energy. So that'll be fun. Darth Vader. I still got a couple episodes of Boba to catch up on, but I've watched everything on Mandalorian, and I've watched everything on obviously Obi-Wan so far. It's the first 2 episodes that you're able to watch. So, but I like it. I mean, it's good. I like Boba. I like Mandalorian and Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is fucking dope. I mean, if you're a Star Wars person, it's awesome. All right, Jameson, what do you want to do? Do you want to keep going for another 30, or do you want to call it? It's kind of up to you, I guess. I'm just going to be, drinking the rest of this beer, eating food at some point. Maybe take another gummy or something. So, I mean, since you're kind of helping me with the, the donos and just, you're usually here and kicking it with me. It's up to you. If you want to end it, we can end it. If you want to keep going, and we can go for a little bit longer. We're 5 seconds away from 5 hours. So. All right, we broke the 5-hour mark. Okay, I think that's a good idea. Let's do that. I think we'll just chill. I'll eat some food. We'll relax, and then boom, we'll just get back at it later on today. All right, I appreciate you. Thank you for chilling. And like I said, hey, tomorrow will be a good day. We're gonna have Steph Curry versus Tatum, 6 p.m. NBA Finals, Game 1. Let's go. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I will be back tomorrow, and I'll see you guys very, very shortly. Love you. Appreciate you.